What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Well, it wasn't quite as perfect as Monday, but Mervyn King still has the lead. For Steve West, this would be the perfect start. Tops makes it 2 wins out of 2 and a much improved performance.
If Jamie goes one better, and he does. Huge hit from Atkins.
Win the match, 25 and ball. It's cheeky, but it's delightful in equal measure to give Huntley control of it. He opens up a 3-1.
Anything and everything to leave 28. Good morning and welcome to the Modus Super Series, your dose of daily darting live drama. We're about to get underway for the final day in Group A this week, in Week 9, as we get really, really close to the Champions Week, which is about a month away. So permission to get excited, everyone. But we're going to watch the action today in the company of Scott Mitchell. Welcome back, Scott. I know you weren't here yesterday, but yesterday we saw a lot of similarities between Tuesday and Monday when it came to things like 180s and finishing. But a big move yesterday made by Max de Jong.
Yeah, he looked to steady himself. You could see that he had something on Monday to give to the group, but he sort of struggled in the first 2 or 3 games. Then we started to see him starting to score, started to string it together at the end of Monday. And I was an interested follower from away yesterday to see him win 4 out of 5 and show that he had hit the Super Series and was looking very good indeed.
Well, let's have a look and see how he's found himself in the table overnight, because in a striking position is he? Well, it's 50-50 because he's 4 points behind Mervyn King at the top, who has retained the number 1 position, even though he didn't play as well on Tuesday as Monday. But Jamie Atkins, he is only 2 points behind. What do we say about West, Idams and Huntley? Are they just playing for pride, or does West have a realistic shot at getting Group B action this week, Scott?
Well, what Max de Jong has done, he's actually put a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, hasn't he? Because it looked like it was going to be a shootout, you know, between West and Idams for the next best of the rest. Atkins has then come through yesterday and had a good day as well. It looks like it's probably, if anybody's going to top Merv, it's going to be Atkins. So Atkins is going to have to target the game against Merv to be one that he wins, and then hope that either West or Idams or even Max de Jong does some sort of favour for him.
Well, Atkins yesterday did find the biggest finish of the week. This is it right here. Interestingly, he got it against Steve West as well. So getting 2 points for himself from that match, as well as depriving Steve West of 2, he's created a gap between himself and that 4th position. But he's just looking up, isn't he? He's trying to take the king out.
Yeah, the way that Jamie plays, I've been his roommate with England, and I know he just attack. He doesn't know how to do anything else. So, I think that the whole day will ride on the game between Mervyn and himself.
Speaking of Mervyn, he's going to be leading the table going into today. 5 wins from 5 on Monday. Managed to get 3 wins from 5 yesterday. He didn't start particularly well on Tuesday, but how do you think he'll feel with 3 wins from 5?
I think you've hit the nail right on the head there. He started so well on Monday, 103 average first game. That gave him momentum for the day. Yesterday, he was a slow starter yesterday, and that momentum never really sort of built up a head of steam. He was always sort of chasing his own back, it felt like, and fighting the demons in his head yesterday. But I think that he knows that he's got to come out, and he'll be targeting that Atkins game as well for making it, you know, to try and give him that little bit of extra sort of distance between him and the rest.
We saw a few double-double efforts yesterday in a somewhat accidental sense. Tell us, as a dart player yourself, how it feels when someone hits, say, double 12 and double 14 to finish a leg. It feels a bit sour, doesn't it?
It feels really, really sour. It's nearly as bad as when somebody goes tops at you. But yeah, we talk about friendly and nice misses at times within the game, and there were a few of those yesterday. And as a player, when you do it, you think, oh well, you're going for 36 and you've hit a double 4. You think, well, I'll just well go and hit the double 14 now. So it kind of relaxes you as a player sometimes. But yeah, as an opponent stood there watching, you're thinking, this isn't good.
What is good is that we can look at the odds for the Group A winner so far. And King has retained his position as favourite all the way through this group because he's still leading. Atkins at 7-4 from second position. Max de Jong has shortened, and Steve West, a massive outside shot at 250-1 at this stage, as you can understand. But do you think 2-5 for Mervyn is about right?
Yeah, I think it is actually, because I think he's got work to do still. So, yeah, it probably is. Obviously, Jamie Atkins 7-4, maybe a bit of value there because he has a real chance of going to the top of the group. But, I mean, for the rest, it is a bit of a long shot.
Yeah, gambleaware.org for all of the information that you need. It's over 18s only and gamble responsibly. So now we go into our first game of the day. We are going to have a rematch of something that happened in round 5 yesterday as Michael Huntley, he took out Jamie Atkins to deprive him a chance of getting 16 points. And Jamie Atkins does have a chance to get his own back to get to 16 points eventually. We got his thoughts before we started everything this morning to see how Jamie was feeling. Jamie, day 3 of Group A in week 9. How do you feel this week's gone for you so far?
Up and down. I don't feel my performance levels have been there, but I've been managing to hit the right things at the right time. So I wasn't sure on how this week was going to go. Steady at the moment.
2 points behind top spot, and obviously you've got the first game of today, so a realistic chance of winning Group A, would you feel?
Realistic. Need results to go my way, obviously. Need to play a little bit better than yesterday. But yeah, why not? I didn't come with the expectation to win Group A, but we'll see what happens today.
Considering who's in this group, obviously Steve West has been playing here for a couple of years, but being here on the debut week of Mervyn King, that must feel pretty good to be able to play with someone of his stature.
Yeah, absolutely. Merv's been there, done it. He's been all around the block. To beat him yesterday was big. I found myself getting really nervous at 3-0 up. I don't know if it showed, but yeah, he brings something different to the room as well.
Ambitions for 2025, because obviously you've played for England now, you've done some great things by playing in the World Cup for your country. What do you want to do moving forward?
Spend more time with my family to start, and then just see how it goes. I'll take every day as it comes.
Ambitions for this week, is it simple as you just want to try and get into Champions Week?
I want to make Saturday night, via A, B or C, however it comes, and then go from there.
We wish you all the best, Jamie, all the best.
Thank you, Paul.
What a lovely chap he is. England international. Very graceful thrower. And speaks very clearly about what he wants to do moving forward. And very achievable ambitions for Jamie Atkins moving forward as well. He wants to make Saturday. That's the ambition. It will be the same for both players. But they both have very different motives. Jamie can do it today. Michael Huntley can only do it through a secondary group now. But the 36-year-old from the beautiful town of Warwick, he's wearing what we can say are more symptomatic colours of Wolverhampton Wanderers today instead of his, well, Henry Deacon yesterday put them as Aston Villa colours. So maybe they could inspire him to get the top spot by the end of the day. But the only thing that stopped him from getting the top spot was the fact that he lost to Huntley in his final match yesterday by 4-1. Jack will be your referee for the 15 games on Wednesday.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Myself and Scott will preside over the final day of Group A in Week 9. Jamie will start as favourite because he's got more points and he's got the darts.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's interesting to hear there that he hasn't been playing much darts of late. You know, I think there's a few of us that have been in the same boat. There seems to be a really quick period
95.
in January where you're at Q School and you're at Challenge Tour, and then it sort of fades off for you a little bit, to be honest, until sort of like Challenge Tour was out in Germany sort of 10 days ago. But yeah, you can get rusty in that time, but also sometimes the downtime can sort of refresh you and make you hungry for the game again. And yeah, I think Jamie self-confesses on Monday he was a little bit rusty. The old angry fish. Yeah, I named him that on Monday and it's stuck. And yeah, he's been ribbing me a little bit about it ever since.
Are you aware of the kind of attention those two words have found
96.
over the last couple of days? Because apparently, now a lot of people might not know this, but when the players do go into the practice room, they are not allowed any electronic devices. They hand them to the players' marshal and they get them back at the end of the day. When he got his device back on Monday, apparently most of the groups he's involved in and people that he knows very well just text him angry fish. So it's all on you, Scott.
Yeah, it's all on me. I can handle that. You know, I got broad shoulders. Look, he's one of my roommates and when we played for England and we are good buddies.
42.
There's no two ways about it. And his lovely lady, Rosie, as well, came to one of the England games. And so we all got on like a house on fire. And actually, during the session, Rosie would send me messages
40.
as well saying about, I love the angry fish thing. So it's just when he opens his mouth, he shows his teeth when he's throwing. And he looks like he's just going to bite your head off. So it's like, rather than being the normal fish face that you would usually see from a player, his teeth come out, so he's like an angry fish, a little bit like a meat-eating fish. So that's why I sort of did it, and because he's my mate and everything. But yeah, let's see angry fish on his shirts. Let's see this carry on.
144.
Well, you can call him an angry fish. You can call him a piranha. You can stick him in the same darting family as a jaws or a shark. But in the first leg,
56.
he's found himself lagging a little bit. Huntley is in for the break, which he gets immediately.
Mike Huntley.
Yeah, I don't know where Jamie takes the angry fish thing. I'm not sure there's a walk-on song with angry fish in it, or is there a band called the Piranhas maybe or something? I don't know. But I don't know where you take it.
I suppose that's something that he can delve into if indeed he does make it to further big-time darts. Now, is Huntley going to cause another upset to Atkins? They are 1-1 for the last couple of days. And with Huntley at the bottom of the table,
140.
he has got absolutely nothing to lose today. The one thing he can do is he can get himself a little bit further up the table with extra financial rewards, because
41.
the recompense is for table position. If you finish 4th, you'll earn more than 5th and 6th. That is achievable today for Huntley.
57.
Yeah, very much so. And I think that knowing Mike like I do, he's quite a laid-back, happy-go-lucky sort of chap. And I think today you could see him come good because he'll play with a bit of freedom. Yes, he'll be disappointed where he's sat in the table. There's no two ways about that. But he's the type that won't expect others around him to help him. He'll go and try and help himself. So I think you'll find him play with a bit of freedom, and he'll enjoy the games against those at the top of the table and be in a bit of a fox in the henhouse type position today.
Oh, I like that saying. A fox in the henhouse.
50.
Why do I get the feeling that's going to be talked about every Wednesday for the foreseeable future now?
Who knows? I don't know where they come from. I've got no idea. I had one last week where somebody was so close to a double with 3 darts. I was like, well, that was as tight as a tick on a Labrador. But I don't know where they come from. I've got no idea. They're just... I'd love to say that I premeditate it and write it down.
17.
But I am a bit random, as Laura Turner said on Saturday night. Where does this stuff come from?
Nothing wrong with random. That's not random. That was premeditated. Double 16.
Game shot on the second
Exactly
leg.
what he needed.
Jamie Atkins.
A great response to losing his throw in leg 1.
Yeah, nice 1-12
Third
there.
It's Jamie to throw first.
From Atkins. And if there's anything nice to break back and settle you down before you hopefully then have a bit of a momentum with your starter throw.
Well, before we go too deep into the day, Scott,
140.
Everybody at the Modus Super Series would like to wish you all the best for playing for England this weekend in Skegness, and the same to everybody in the boys team, the girls team,
97.
the women's team, and obviously the men's team. Have a fantastic weekend and all the very best.
Thanks, mate. I mean, I still see it as a massive honour to be playing for England.
134.
You know, being the captain of what is the most amazing bunch of people. And like I say, I've got a relationship with Jamie because of England and who's playing now.
42.
So over the years that I've been playing since I think 2009, I have a relationship probably with more players that have come through the system on the England side ever enough.
50,
and it makes me very proud to be playing, and hopefully that rubs up on the new guys this weekend.
And the new girls, Laura Turner and Rebecca Rose, making their debut. Good luck to them.
100.
Yeah, very
Jamie
much so.
McGuire,
It really is a family atmosphere and a team atmosphere amongst England, and I'm sure it's the same if you're playing for the other two nations this weekend as well.
84.
Well, Atkins didn't start well in this game, but he seems to have taken the game by the scruff of the neck ever since. This is more like it. That is marvellous.
168. Jamie McGuire, 86.
Mike Huntley throwing with freedom, I think we call that.
Anybody for a bull?
45.
Not just yet.
Mikey McGuire, 94.
Has the option to start on the bull, but why neglect the 54 when you just hit it twice?
Yeah, very good point. And a lot of people don't see that. A lot of people will say, why has he not gone down the ball route? But he hit two 54s with the previous visit. Why would you not try a third?
Jamie's trying to stop Huntley from doing something here that we saw a lot yesterday. Two eights.
Game shot on the
He knew that was in
Jamie
before it hit the board. And by hitting that, he stops Huntley from getting the accidental double-double again,
Full flag. It's
which we
Mike
saw
to
5 or
first.
6 times yesterday.
Game on.
Yeah, it's quite amusing that. Sometimes you don't see it for 2 or 3 sessions, and then you'll see it loads in a session. It's it was ironic yesterday.
100.
Have you got any good stories about hitting an accidental double-double?
No, not really. I find it hard enough to hit one to finish, So, and I find it really ironic that sometimes I'm in the double trouble week, and I was the first one to forget to go for a double to go off. So, doubles aren't my thing sometimes.
I can say that at the 2018 UK Open, I was 5-0 up on Terry Jenkins. Next thing I know, it's 5-5.
58.
I've got 32 left. I've hit double eight. And I never, ever lost from 5-0 up. I was the most relieved man in Minehead. These things can happen
100.
to anybody who plays the game.
Yeah, my regulars are probably the double 1, double 19, and sort of double 5, double 15. If I ever do it, it's I don't usually get the double 15. Double 19 is usually all right for me.
One thing about Jamie's day yesterday, he did win 8 points, but he wasn't player of the day. Player of the day was Max de Jong, by virtue of a better leg difference. But I think the key to success for Atkins today is to leave double 16 and double 8 more than yesterday.
100.
He found himself splitting tops, 10s and 5s too much.
141.
I think sometimes it's all about the belief you got. I think if you're really believing in your game and you're really happy where your game is, you can pretty much hit any double at any time and under any pressure.
Jamie
It's the days that
64.
you're not there. You've got to go to your favourite areas.
Like this. For a 2-leg advantage.
Game shot on the
It
full
is now
flag.
3
Jamie
straight
Atkins.
legs for Jamie Atkins. Leg 1 finished. After that,
Fifth
very
flag,
different
it's
story.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's he's a very up and down thrower. You would say his style is very up and down and straightish, isn't it? So you would think that the side of the board is more advantageous to him when he's going for a double. But
140.
what I like about Jamie is that he has an inner belief and an inner determination that you just can't teach, and at the right moments you can't teach that. It's either in you or it's not. You can develop it over time, but it takes a long time to develop. It's one of those parts of the game where you probably kind of have to have that naturally.
Average-wise, it's a very, very tight game. Both mid-80s. But the doubling, it's more opportunities for Atkins and an excellent conversion rate of 60%.
100.
And that was a wonderful last dart. Thrown with power. I think Huntley knows this one's getting away from him.
24.
And it is vastly likely, in fact, after this game is over, which could be in as little as another 3 darts for Jamie Atkins, even 2. These two are not going to be playing each other for the next couple of days, because I can see the worst case scenario for Atkins being Group B.
100. Jamie
Huntley's going to go to Group
98.
C. That's okay.
38.
But it's not going to be a leave of double 16 this time.
No, and you wouldn't bet Mike Huntley leaving something tidy here.
80.
Oh, we got the 7 off, but he was hoping for the 57, not the single 7.
Jamie's hoping for 40 more without delay. Very, very well done. That's exactly what he needed to do at the start of today's program. It's an 84 average. The doubles were excellent. 4 from 7, and he will be very happy with how he played after he lost the first leg. Huntley will remain on the bottom of the table via not getting points in that one, but Jamie Atkins, he's going to be thrilled with the fact that he is now on 16 points with Mervyn King.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series with Jamie Atkins picking up the first 2 points of the day at the expense of Mike Huntley. Now, the man known as the Cube, Rene Idams, stands in the way of the King and his quest to get back to 2 points in front at the top of the table. Now, Rene Idams, just like Michael Huntley, could play the spoiling role today in creating problems for the top three in their quest to win this group. Mervyn has led Group A after day 1. He has led after day 2, even though he lost 2 games yesterday. But the 59-year-old from Bradwell, using his signature dart as usual with the quintessential scallops on them, is up against someone from Germany who has a lot to answer for.
First. Game on.
I'm not talking about the darts he's played over the last couple of days, but we've been talking to Rene at length this morning, Mr. Mitchell, for a tungsten talk, and it will be available on Pluto TV very soon, about how many young stars he's actually found. And one of them is Nico Springer.
108.
Well, a change of equipment at the start of today has yielded a perfect visit. So, inspired move?
Possibly. I see he's changed his barrel since Monday as well.
125.
So it must be a development with his darts manufacturer.
140.
Well, yesterday and in previous visits to Portsmouth, we have noticed that his first dart especially has been a little low.
140.
That might be because of the construct of the dart. He might have changed the weighting distribution with this barrel because he hasn't missed a first dart yet.
123.
No, he hasn't, and you and I both know it's
96.
probably fairly easy to get zeroed in on the treble 20 because that's where you're throwing sort of 80% of your leg. It's when you
71.
move from there and Merv.
Rene, you require 58.
Well, that was different for Merv, wasn't it? Going 45 bull. It is a leg
On
he's
the
lost.
first leg, Rene Idams.
That's Rene Idams' best leg of the week. And Merv is thinking, where's that come
Second
from?
leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it is his best leg of the week. Maybe having a chat, we've inspired him, Nico.
58.
He's got a set of flights in today, which are a somewhat polka dot version of the German flag. Merv hasn't changed a thing about what he's throwing today.
90.
Always the scallop darts with the inset grip, the red aluminium stems, and the red shiny flights. But they've got some detail.
90.
Almost looks like a German magic eye picture.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's look, the way that the manufacturing of darts and equipment has come on in the last
98.
10 years is astronomical, really.
Doesn't look like that stem is any shorter than yesterday or longer. It seems like the same construct. But those darts are going in with a lot more authority. They're not going in as vertical.
58.
And even from 1.5 legs of sample size, it suits him.
Yeah, very much so. Maybe
97.
there's been it's just a change of grip, really. Maybe there's a bit grippier for him, or because generally when you've got a player playing with a shaped dart, as you do with Merv here, you can see his
121.
fingers rolling up through the dart, and they sit in those locations on the within the barrel, sort of perfectly, and you can see that Rene sort of holds more towards the back of the dart, and you can see that bulbous part of the dart is
127.
what gives it its forward propulsion, and because it's tapered away, he doesn't have to grip the dart so hard. He uses the taper as part of the grip.
Gets the ball this time.
Second leg.
127, and the King has been crowned with leg 2.
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
He looks dialed in today. Not necessarily the ferocious King that we've seen at times over the last 30 years. But he will want the 2 days off post this session and the guaranteed invitation to Saturday to have a crack at a first weekly title. Something that Rene Idams already has.
Yeah, very much so. And nice to see Mervyn taking that bull out. I remember he had a 148 on Monday. So we know he's we know he's a fan of a ton topping shot. But usually when you're not hitting ton topping shots, it's a sign of how well you're playing, because you're not leaving those opportunities. You're leaving the little 2-dart sort of combos.
That's such a good point. People get carried away with big checkouts, and we consequently on the European Tour this year from 2 events have had 9 170 finishes so far. 9. But it's actually 9 ton plus checkouts in our first 2 days. And we've already had 2 today so far, so I am hazarding an educated guess that we're going to get more than 5 ton plus checkouts on Wednesday.
98.
Yeah, you're all settled by the Wednesday, so that should be the case, shouldn't it, really? That's a valid assumption.
He had to stay on the 19s there.
Mervyn, you require
If he didn't, he was running the risk of not leaving a finish. But Mervyn's already on something a lot easier. Double top.
76.
It's not number 3 just
Rene,
yet.
you require 167.
I almost added to his 127.
97.
And that 127 seems to have sort of knocked Rene's confidence a little bit. Knocked him sideways a little.
Game shot on the third
Made a
leg.
career of
Mervyn King.
hitting tops in that very similar way. 1 up, 1 in as Mervyn King.
4th flag. It's Rene to throw first. Game on.
This game so far is going the same way as the first one. The person in the bottom 3
100.
takes the first leg, and the person in the top 3 takes the next 2.
140.
And Rene will not want to have the same fate as Michael Huntley in losing 4 straight, because that will
45.
severely dent any small ambitions he's got of making Group B. Look how focused King is. He doesn't like someone being within 2 legs of him at the top of the table. He likes having the throne at number 1 position.
Yeah, he does indeed. And surely won't stay there.
59.
Now, this game is getting away from the German now.
167.
King doesn't even have to hit this. Treble 16. That's worked out really well. And this is the kind of performance he was putting in against Steve West on Monday morning. That still is the best performance of the week.
60. Mervyn, you require 40.
Doesn't get tops with a second dart this time.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Mervyn King.
Well, every time he hits double 10 now, I don't know how you feel about this, Scott, but it takes me back to that Masters final just over 10 years ago.
Mervyn to the row first. Game on.
He would gladly swap 10 double 10s that he's hit since for just 1 at that Masters.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. You and I both know when you're in that
98.
situation, you can't replicate that situation. You can practice for hours and hours and hours and go double top for the World Championships, but you never ever replicate that situation. When you actually get there, it is like you want your mummy. It's a very, very funny moment, and you have to own the moment and start believing to yourself that you deserve the moment rather than throw and hope. And if you're throwing and hoping, maybe 2% of the time it will go in. 98% of the time it will miss.
140.
I think Merv's learned to deal with that moment since then, I think.
He's almost in the same boat as Terry Jenkins, where people talk about his losses more than his wins. This is a really interesting route. He first thought about going to the 19s to start, but then decided not to, and it's worked out pretty well.
57. Mervyn, you require 164.
For the match. Good use of the board.
92. Rene, you require
That ferocity from King has shown up earlier today than yesterday. And if he takes out 72,
Mervyn, you require
he says to
72.
Jamie Atkins, whatever you can do, I can do as well. It's going to be tops.
32.
It's not going to be 4-1
Rene, you require
just
68.
yet. It might not be 4-1 at all. And it won't be. So
Rene
Idams is still alive.
Yeah, he did really well there, didn't he?
Sixth
But he
leg,
has
it's
that
Rene
about him,
to
doesn't
throw
he?
first.
He has that. He's very confident in his own ability, Rene, and you have to hand it to him. We had that little chat with him earlier, and you forget how long he's actually been around. You know, he feels like one of the new guys, but in fact, he's been around the game a fair old while, and
134.
you feel that he hasn't achieved all that's capable of his ability at the moment.
Yeah, he was almost part of the second generation of German darts. I'd like to think that the first generation was Andy Krökel and Thomas Saylor and Andrea Volga, and then the next phase, you've got Max Hopp, Rene Idams, and now you're talking about Generation 3 with Nico
85.
Springer, obviously Gabe Clemens, Martin Schindler.
Schindler, yeah.
Schindler's now the most successful German player of all time because
45.
he's got 3 PDC titles, and no other German player can say that.
No, very much so, and I think that the introduction of the Super League in Germany has developed players
57.
on a level which I suppose the Super League of Germany can be related to the sort of like the NDB Tour of Holland, where you have your ranking weekends and what have you throughout the year to make your national team and stuff. And I think the Germans kind of replicated what the Dutch had, and of course the Dutch had it off the back of having the spare weekends with the county system in the UK. So it's all kind of stemmed from our county system, but in a different way because the weekends were free.
108.
Well, this game could be over again, but Idams is not going to go without a fight. That's his second maximum of the match. It might be his last.
Game shot on the match.
King stays
Mervyn
strong. That was a really good game, and the second best performance of the week, and also the second ton plus average. King looked motivated in that one because he's got everything to be motivated for. He's back to the top of the table on 18 points, 2 points ahead, and after that 100.26 average with 4 out of 10 on the doubles and that 127 as well on the bull. He finds himself winning in the round of number 1 before we have Max de Jong and Steve West coming in game number 3.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
$60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Portsmouth at the Live Lounge. So here we go with Steve West up against Max de Jong, and they occupy the 2 middle positions in the table. Max on 12 points, 4 points ahead of Steve at this point in time. However, if we are going to get a bit of a battle between these two, the Dutchman from Leiden, using a 24-gram dart, 33 years of age, up against the man who is nearly 50. I said nearly, Steve. 5-time weekly winner. He is one of the GOATs of the Super Series. But if he wants to get into the top 3, it must start here. If he doesn't beat Max de Jong, there's going to be a 6-point cushion for the Dutchman going into the final 4 games of Group A.
First leg, it's Max to throw first. Game on.
And these are the only Dutch-speaking people in the room.
And I'm sure Steve has used that as well. I remember early days of the BDO
44.
circuit. We'd be practicing somewhere or playing somewhere, and then Steve would be behind and have you back when you were like new on the circuit, and
84.
somebody would say something to his mate in Dutch about you, and then Steve would pop up and tell him exactly what he thought of the pair of them. And yeah, he's always had my back, Steve. Good guy.
60.
Been around darts a long time. Played county for Hertfordshire with his brother Tony. Was in the same county team as
125.
Dennis Ovens.
The Heat.
The first heat. Now we've got heat number 2 with Damon Header.
100.
But Hertfordshire have had some incredible players over the years that have gone on to do some
57.
marvellous things. But West isn't finished yet. As he approaches the age of 50, he still has ambition.
84.
Well, he had a spell here where, you know, he was here 4 times and made 4, sort of won 4 weeks, wasn't it? It was an amazing spell that he was in.
34.
And obviously then had the operation. And he's now finding his way back from there. I don't think whenever you have anything major
94. Steve,
with
you
that type of
require
illness, it's
100.
very difficult because everything changes about the biomechanics. And sometimes very difficult to come back and find what you were
40.
doing before.
Max, you require 118.
Well, this is what Max was doing yesterday. And what I mean by that is winning legs. He was the best player of yesterday. But this? Really? 4 17s for Bull. Interesting.
54.
Since you and I were wee youngins, they seem to be
6.
handing out a different manual.
Is that a good lie or not?
Game shot on the first
Case in
leg,
point, it
Steve
was.
West.
Yeah, it's the perfect lion. I was
Second
asking
leg, it's Steve to throw
somebody
first.
the other day that when you're
Game
going
on.
for a double, when you see the position of where your flight is, do you know about that, Nico, when you're going at a double? So say you go for double 16 and your flight is at sort of 90 degrees to the double. You know you've got to go above it or below it. You can't use the dart because that flight is going to deflect you inside sometimes, nearly to the treble 16. So then you have to sort of aim at the bottom or the top. And a lot of players aren't aware of it. They go, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never noticed that. But I'm one that's aware of that.
I think the great players or the good aspiring players know.
58.
Steve is very aware of his flight positions to help him. But we're always learning as analysts within this game as to what lie
93.
could potentially help a certain player. Now, over the weekend, I saw Paul Kroner from Germany in a bit of a ding-dong game, and he was using
59.
his stem and barrel as a runway for the way his darts land in the board. And we've seen Kyle Anderson, we've seen Dimitri Vandenberg, Darryl Gurney, Simon Whitlock.
45.
Lots of players using upright lies and different angles. But Paul Kroner from Germany was using the angle of his dart to make his runway
62.
even bigger. It was fascinating stuff. But I would hazard a guess that maybe these two players in this group are more aware of their angles than others.
But my feeling on that in the modern day game is you have to be more aware because this more solid type of stem and flight cocker setup is it can mess you up. It can mess you up, and you have to be aware of it because back in the older days where your flights were like 75 micron and they would move out of the way and you were beating up, 3 sets a night and all the rest of it. That type of thing has gone now to this more solid setup, and you just have to be aware.
110. Max,
What
you
a setup that
require
is
84.
from Steve West.
Where does Max de Jong go next? You should never take for granted that a bullseye shot is coming
22.
because you have to do
Steve,
good
you
stuff
require
before that.
40.
Tops for West again.
Game shot on the
That will make
second
him feel
leg.
really
Steve West.
good. If he's to get a really good result here against Max de Jong, the middle portion of today could be
Third
hugely
leg, it's
intriguing.
Max to throw first.
I think
Game
in
on.
that situation with 84, what you have to have in your repertoire nowadays as a player is that you have to have a safe attempt at a treble 20. You have to have it as part of your repertoire. And I know that doesn't sound and seem to make any sense whatsoever because most people think you attack the treble and you have to attack the treble.
100.
There are times where you're really, really feeling it and you do attack the treble, attack it. And there's another time where you have to make sure that it's a half-hearted go at the treble, but you make sure
75.
that it is actually staying straight to give yourself the opportunity of the big 14 and the chance at the bullseye. Because if you don't get a chance at a double or a bullseye, you can't possibly win the leg.
96.
So from those 84 positions, while your opponent is on a double, you have to make sure of the two big singles and then just back yourself on the ball.
58.
Yeah, a bit like those last two darts that Max has just thrown. Your aiming point can change. So on a shot like 84,
50.
if you're not feeling it as much as some other points of the week, maybe aim a centimetre high. Gives you a little bit of margin for error left and right. Of course, you want to hit it right there every time.
But that's a very valid point, though, Nico, because once you're actually trying to do that, the 9 times out of 10, you'll hold on to it a little bit too long trying to be safe, and you will drag it in. It does happen.
41.
Everyone's got tendencies. Batsmen, golfers, footballers have tendencies. Ask Reece James.
100.
He's got a tendency to curl a ball around a wall and nearly hit the post. But you got to play your tendencies. Steve West is better at tops.
81.
His tendency is to leave it.
38.
Well, there you go. An opportunity does
34.
arise.
Steve require 133.
Interesting he leaves the double two because it shows that he's quite comfortable.
Oh, I love it. The window of opportunity shot. He went for 33-42.
Actually require 4.
Very seldom used.
Game shot on the third.
Doesn't work.
Max de Jong.
But the precursor to hitting something is always good intention. And that's exactly what
Fourth
Steve has
flag.
shown
It's
right there.
Steve to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
absolutely. I had a spell of going 1-2-1 on treble 14 for the same reason. It left 107. 107 got me a dart at the ball. So from 1-2-1, you only have to hit
64.
one big treble then to get yourself a dart at something. You know, it's one of those. Bobby George taught me that way, and I only ever hit it 5 times. Every time against his son.
85.
That was the only time I ever hit it. The 5 times I hit the 1-2-1 going treble 14 first was against his son. Ironic. And his son was over the moon, that his father had told me.
140.
Do you want to know what else is ironic? Steve's personal best average in his pro career was against his brother. He beat him in a European Tour event.
99.
6-0. Average of over 110. It was simply unfair.
140.
It's as if he was playing his worst enemy. And one of his other personal best averages in his pro career was against Mervyn King, who has been one of his closest friends for the last 20 years.
78.
So,
Steve require
if you're a really good friend of
157.
Steve's, expect to be beaten.
I see what you're saying there. There's a pattern. Yeah, definitely. I'd just like to
50,
say, Tony,
sir.
I know you watch now and again. That wasn't me that reminded the world about that game. Nicholson, Paul, sat to my right.
Yeah, Tony, that's on me, I'm afraid. Earlier in the game, when West had 80 left, he went 2 tops, with Max on something like 139, but he's not got that luxury this time.
40. Max you require 139.
Well, this one doesn't have a window of opportunity.
$59. Steve
So
requires
let's find
6.
out what happens on 60 this time. Nice high single, I like it.
20.
He doesn't like the end product, and he
Max
might be in a
require
drawn game
8.
now.
And this is another of those moments where you half-heartedly go for the treble, but you stay straight. Nicely done. Big deep breaths as you go into the right.
40. Steve requires
Shots
40.
like that are very difficult for people with this angle of attack.
Game shot on the
It's even harder when your opponent is waiting on tops. 3-1 West.
Yeah, we've seen a few players develop the flatty, haven't we, on
Fifth flag.
on that
It's Max
particular
to throw
shot.
first.
I think Darryl Gurney
Game on.
started it and a few others. I know Owen Bates is very good at it. And there's a few that, like Andy Hamilton, will go for under the treble 20 on 60 to make sure that he's got
134.
loads of space to go over the top. There's a lot of people who develop it. I used to try and throw to the left and throw on the 5 sort of 20 wire, but there's an element of risk in that, and if it don't quite leave your hand right, or you slip in your grip or whatever, it can make you look very silly indeed.
That was the first max of the game from West.
135.
Well, that was an Olympic eye roll there from Max. Oh, only 4 perfect darts this time.
100.
Yeah, he missed that 24 and then went 180, 180, didn't he? The following leg. That would have been ironic indeed.
105.
I still think the best leg of darts we've ever seen is the one at Ali Pali. It was just unbelievable.
This is not a bad leg.
108.
It's had a couple of maxes from Westy.
He match require.
And he's sitting on 41 for the match if Max doesn't take this out.
77. Steve require.
Bit of a
41.
dead cut last start there from De Jong. Tops.
31.
I just wonder if going for that
Match
double 19 was a
50.
distraction play.
Yeah, it could well be. I've seen it before.
Double 16.
Game shot
Finds
of
it.
fifth leg. Max
Great leg
De
of
Jong.
darts from both players. He didn't want to go for the bull, Steve.
Well, we all
Six
know that he
flag.
went for the
It's
bull
Steve
on
to throw
Monday
first.
and
Game
with
on.
50 left and just bashed it while his opponent was on a double. And we all found that highly amusing. It sounds like it transponded
60.
back to the players' room on Monday. And yeah, seeing him sat on 50, I think Westy thought he was going to go straight for the bull. We all thought he was going to go straight for the bull. Our spotter thought he was going to go straight for the bull, and he confused us all
55.
by 18 and it up.
Well, this is a very interesting situation that we find ourselves in because Max is trying to protect the top 3 spot.
140.
So by virtue of going 18 for double 16, are we seeing him... And I don't want to use the terminology of him taking it more seriously. It's not like that.
57.
He's gone more textbook because he's in a very important match. And if that is his thinking, it's very smart.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, you've got to look at the groups, today and go, where you battle it out. Like you say, the money's for position in the table is obviously
100.
there are gaps in financial reward between the position in the table, and so no matter what happens, you want to go for Group B. If you can't win the group, you want to be playing your heart out for Group B because there's a financial reward. Not only that, 3 from 2 go through from Group B as well, so there's an advantage to go to Group B.
Especially when you've got more expenses than some of the other players.
44.
People from Belgium, the Netherlands,
Steve require
Germany.
170.
Costs more for them to get here. Costs more for them to stay here.
Yeah, I always think it's a little bit unfortunate. I suppose the Belgians and the Dutch maybe could drive over and come through the tunnel, but yeah, for the guys, I always feel for the Irish, the Northern Irish. They're not part of the company and they still got to fly here. Part of the country still got to fly here. It's yeah.
Well, he's got a bull there.
Steve require
And he's left 3 of them.
20.
Nice and high with the next one. And tops is open.
80.
That is
Match
3
require
darts for the match
150.
missed. What's Max got on his mind? Now, he's got to be clear of thought here. He decided to go for 3. If he'd found the first one, he might have gone 60 tops.
56.
Don't assume he would have gone
Steve
3
require
bulls.
40.
His name isn't Romeo. West is on top still.
20.
And the match is very much
Match
still alive.
require 94.
Yeah. Gervabach nearly caught us out last week. We were having a little chat and then all of a sudden, bang, bang.
Well, that was interesting as well. This guy's got me in knots.
38.
He likes the bottom of the
Steve
board. He likes
require
19s,
20.
he likes 3s, he likes 2s, he likes double 17. That's what I've come to the assumption.
10.
Steve has
Match
now missed
require 56.
9 darts for the match. He might be feeling he's in knots right now. Double top.
Game shot
And that's what happens when you've missed
that.
that many match darts. Your opponent just doesn't seem to miss.
No, in the head you're
Seventh
just
and
going, give me
final
one
leg.
at it,
It's
give me one
Max
at it. He
to
doesn't want it,
first.
he doesn't want it.
Game
And you
on.
convince yourself that situation, you own it. Now, Steve West's head must be going round now like a washing machine on a fast spin.
125.
That's pretty quick. And when those washing machines are going so fast, those little feet at the bottom that turn to keep it steady, they can come loose. That's how his legs will be feeling. So what he's got to do is he's got to tighten things up just a little at a time with the time he's got left.
70.
Have you ever taken a washing machine apart? It's in that big lump of concrete on the top
Yeah.
to keep it still?
Yeah, my friend is a washing machine engineer. I didn't realise they had one of those in there until he stripped it completely.
60.
If you have 50 washing machines, you could strip them and have a really nice patio.
Sentences you never expected to hear on the Modus Super Series, Part 1.
83.
So if you had Breeze Block washing machine on your bingo card for the day, well, congratulations.
140.
Steve's done well here to hit that 140 because he's kept himself in the leg. Don't look, Steve. It's bad news.
140.
Now he's got to keep pace again. He's done well.
Max, you require 83.
But Max de Jong now has an opportunity to win this game. On the bullseye. The bullseye which he finds,
Max de Jong.
he just needs the one shot for the match, and he understands the complexity of what's just happened. The game was in the hands of Steve West, but unfortunately he wasn't able to finish the job. And because Max de Jong was able to do so, he will feel like he's just earned 2 bonus points. There's now a 6-point gap in the middle of the table, and de Jong stays in the top 3 and is now still challenging for the top spot. Next, it's round number 2. Welcome back to Wednesday at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we have had our 11th round of play in Group A of Week 9. And we have ourselves the same leader as we had after the first game of the week. Mervyn King retains his spot at the top of the table ahead of Jamie Atkins. They had very similar results in our first round of play. Max de Jong has also won, which means that the top 3 have beaten the bottom 3 so far, and they've done so by retaining their throw, meaning they threw first and they have won subsequently. That might change, though, as we go into round number 2, because Mervyn King will be a heavy favourite as he takes on Mike Huntley here. King against the darts here, but craving another 2 points to get himself onto 20, which will create a 4-point gap between himself and the chasing pack. If he keeps winning, he will win this group. And there's nothing that anybody can do about it, unless they beat King later.
For me, if I was sat in Mervyn King's position, I would be trying to make sure that this game against Jamie Atkins, which will be both players' last game of the day, I'm trying to make sure it's an impossibility by there.
First leg.
I'm trying to make sure that there's nothing on that.
Game on.
And if we look at the complexity of that, Scott, Jamie has not won his final game of the day both days.
96.
Just because you have 24 years on the person you're trying to catch doesn't mean you have the darting engine
93.
of said legend. What is it they say in the automobile industry? You can look at a car, but you've got to see under the hood as to how it'll perform.
40.
Mervyn, who has been a fan of automobiles and motorbikes over the years.
81.
He might look like a classic car, but I tell you what, he can still grunt.
Yeah, he sure does. And just having a little look there, and as we go through our day, that goes in batches of 3, and Mervyn actually plays now in the next 3 batches before Jamie, so he's able to, if it was the Premier League, he's able to put pressure on the others
122.
by playing on Saturday and the others all playing on Sunday. He gets table pressure over Jamie Atkins from now probably to the end of the day.
So Mervyn King today is Liverpool. Jamie Atkins, unfortunately, and he won't like me saying this, he's Arsenal. And Max de Jong is Nottingham Forest.
81.
Yeah, you could say that. Yes, very. I was trying to put my head around it there and thinking where everybody was in the table. But yes, yeah, I see your analogy there. It's very tactful.
41.
Very tactful. I like that.
Mervyn, you require 124.
He would have gone for the bullseye if he'd found the treble 18. But he'll switch the angle again. Well, he's trying to go for the treble 18, but he's just overshot that.
139.
That accentuates the miss, the angle that he's actually throwing from.
$27. Mervyn, you require.
This one's a bit
85.
scruffy to start with.
Which will suit Mervyn King just fine because he does scruffy the very best.
53.
Well, look at the bright side. He's hitting 18 there till he's 32. That could have worked out worse.
If there's a good miss, that was it. But a miss is a miss, and is he going to be left to rue the miss?
96.
No, he's not.
Mervyn, you require 32.
You sense the end is nigh. Apparently not.
Mikey requires 16.
This is very similar to the first leg of the day that Huntley played against Jamie Atkins. He took it then. He's taken this one as well.
Mike Huntley.
However, after that, Jamie took control, and Mervyn will be hoping that he can do just that.
First. Game on.
If you'd have told Mike Huntley at any point this week he would take the first leg of the match against Mervyn King, with a 22 dart leg,
139.
he'd have been thinking you were joshing him and pulling his leg.
$121.
He's trying to outdo Johnny Clayton on the deflections. He's going to have to go great guns to beat Johnny's best ever deflection, where he was going for a treble 20 and hit a treble 18.
And it's looking at his SAP, it's obviously something he has had a problem with in the past, because his particular setup, he's using a spinny top flight
100.
so that if it gets hit, it moves out of the way as the dart hits it. But on that occasion, because the first two darts were so close together, the spinnies sort of like locked together as gearing and fired off the third dart into the one.
Are you a fan of the spinnies or not?
I don't mind them, actually. I had a spell of using them for about 2 or 3 months, sort of 18 months ago. They arrived on my doorstep as a mistake, and I got them okay. They don't vibrate. You think they're going to vibrate, and you can feel it in your hand, but they don't.
Can't say that I'm a fan of them. I don't like anything that moves when it hits the board. So, spinning flights,
140.
flexible points, and especially
50.
flexible points.
So if I get you as a secret Santa in next year's Christmas do, then if I give you a set of spinny top flights, you'll know who your secret Santa was.
Absolutely. Well, Michael's head might be spinning like a top because he's just lost that second leg in 15 darts. That's more like it from Merv. I've actually commentated with Mervyn on the European Tour. Did so with Chris Murphy.
125.
Dan Dawson, who was completely to blame for giving Mervyn's fan base a rather
26.
infamous name. The Merverts. The first time Mervyn found out about that,
108.
I don't think he was too pleased. But then I think he realised that his fan base was a lot bigger than he thought.
140.
And there was nothing wrong with being a Mervert.
No, it sounds very different, that's for sure. It sounds very Dawson-esque, for sure.
26.
King is going through the gears here.
You require 111.
He's starting to lift his average above 90. And Huntley's already plateaued. Does he want it?
86.
Oh, that was flashy. Usually Merv would lay up.
Yeah, with Huntley not on a finish, I am quite surprised that Mervyn went that way, but
81. Mervyn, you require 25.
It's going to be 9 for double 8 every day of the week.
Game shot
And on Wednesday, it gives him a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg. It's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
We had a nice chat with Mervyn yesterday. One of the things that didn't come up, I've always wanted to ask him. In the early part of his career,
128.
he subscribed to the very popular look of lots of jewellery when playing.
140.
Doesn't do it anymore. You talk about the intricacy of throwing a 21.5 gram dart or a 22, but essentially from the early part of his career to now, he's actually lost about 100 grams in jewellery.
yeah, and that has to affect it. I mean, I know Tony O'Shea's got a handful of rings on the dart hand that he throws, and some have bracelets on. I couldn't throw the bracelet on my wrist. That rattling about. No. Yeah, and obviously, I suppose if you do have a couple of sovereign rings on your right hand, it means instead of throwing a 26, 27 gram dart, you can get away with a 21, depending on how many carat gold it is, obviously.
100.
Whether, as my Uncle Bobby George says, whether it's the good stuff or the Mickey Mouse stuff.
57. Mike, you require 81.
What's Mike going to do? He's going to go bull.
56.
Nearly gets it as well for a 12th darter.
Mervyn, you require 150.
Is the same fate going to fall on Michael again? Maybe not. 1-0 up and 3-1 down is what
Mike,
happened
you
against
require
Atkins.
25.
This is to stop that happening.
21.
But there's a real possibility
Mervyn,
it
you
could.
require 100.
Straight up the line. Straight to tops.
Game shot.
That's how you do it.
Mervyn King.
Yeah, Jamie Atkins would have been an interesting
Fifth
bystander
flag,
in the
it's
back
Mark to
room
throw
there.
first.
Yeah, going back to the goal
Game
stuff, I remember Bobby had another quote. There was a player that had a load of rings on their fingers. But you know what he's like, mate. If he could stay in this tournament long enough, his fingers would go green by the end of the week by that Mickey Mouse stuff he's got on his fingers. Honestly, so many good quotes from Bobby. It's so funny. He never means to offend anybody, Bobby. That's not his way. He just loves life, loves darts, loves dart players, and likes to have a joke at one or two's expense. It's quite funny. I'm sure he's got loads on me. Loads.
174.
Well, that is loads from Huntley. Remaining defiant here. Let's face it, Scott, if everybody was the same, sport would be boring.
And you can't say that that Bobby's wrong in what he's done, because look how many years he's been known, and from way back he was around before the BDO was around. Let's not forget.
And let's face it, straight talking people
177.
and straight throwing dart players are exactly what we want. That is
54. Mike,
an
you require
extraordinary
50.
6 darts from Michael Huntley. 174, 177.
Game shot
And
of
an
fifth
11
leg,
darter.
Mike Huntley.
That's what he's capable of. He just doesn't show us that enough.
Sixth
Ironic
leg,
that
it's
his
Mervyn to throw first.
leg of the match was a 22 dart leg, and now he's just done an 11 darter in exactly half the time.
Did you hear that Roy Keane got
45.
Sports Pundit of the Year at the recent SJAs?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, Kelly Cates got Presenter of the Year. That's a great honour for Kelly. She is a great
60.
presenter. And Roy Keane, Pundit of the Year, inheriting that title from Ali McCoist. So it just goes to show, if you're a straight-talking pundit,
100.
you might even get an award for it.
Yeah, you got to say McCoist was before him, and I think he does it. Look, if you're not a Man United fan, I think Roy Keane was on your hit list. But now that he's not playing for United and he's come away and I think he's found punditry. I liken him to our very own
58.
Chris Mason. Is how I liken him, and I like the way that Chris does it. He's just a straight talker, shoots from the hip. He's just a one-off, and I think
100.
Roy Keane is very, very similar. I don't think anybody could do it Roy Keane's way in the football world either. They could try to replicate it, but I'm not sure that it'll ever come off.
What we saw in the previous leg was Roy Keane-esque.
135.
There's a little bit of quality.
Bit of passion. You're going to war.
95.
Well, Huntley should go for the bullseye with his next shot. That's a great
80.
last start.
Mike, you require 125.
That gets him in a very doable range. 100 left to take this match the distance.
46.
That hasn't worked out very well.
Mervyn, you require
And Mervyn
83.
can bring the guillotine down on game 4. He doesn't get the treble 16 or the single. Going for the treble was a risk.
Mike, you require
And now Mike's got to
79.
make him pay for that. on tops.
44.
It's low and wide.
Mervyn, you require 32.
And you know what's about to happen for the match. And a 4-point cushion at the top. That's a big adjustment.
16.
He's not able to finish it off. He thought it was in.
You require 35.
Yeah, Huntley here will think all his birthdays have come at once.
3.
Wow. Both on the wire.
Mervyn, you require 16.
And Mervyn survives. Second time in this match that we are going this deep into a leg. But Mervyn does finish it off.
Mervyn King.
He gets himself a 3-0 winning margin over the first 3 days of week 9 against Mike Huntley. And that 4-point cushion at the top of Group A is his for now. Like Scott mentioned, he's going to be playing a lot of the games in the rounds today before Jamie Atkins. He's done his job winning that game by 4 legs to 2. But when we come back, it's going to be Steve West looking to recover after losing to Max de Jong. He's up against the aforementioned Jamie Atkins.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to Portsmouth. We are on the south coast at the Live Lounge as usual on a Wednesday morning, but the morning has only got an hour and a bit left as we go into the final hours of Group A. And as we approach 11sies, or indeed lunchtime, domestically here in the UK, Steve West is going to have to survive on an Atkins diet over the next potentially 7 legs. But hopefully, if you're a fan of Jamie or Jamie himself, he'll be hoping not to give much away. If he does slip up against the very dangerous Steve West, who is in 4th position in the table, Mervyn King will be 4 points ahead at the top with 3 games to go. This is the part of this group
60.
where things can become very, very clear. If they aren't clear at this point, the final 2 hours of Group A are usually drama-filled. But this one could be said and done in the next couple of rounds.
58.
Jamie's got Idams in game number 3 of the day. King has Max de Jong. Before we even get to those, he's got to beat Steve West.
108.
And that is something he's done the last couple of days.
But we all know as players, the day you need it, there's a little bit of added something to it, isn't there?
Yeah, just ask Devin Peterson from Saturday. He needed to beat Andreas Harrison. He did it twice.
Yeah, very much so. And to Zip as well. That was...
43.
You didn't see that coming after he sort of fell at the final fence on Wednesday to get through Group A in top spot with Graham Usher. So
Steve require 106.
yeah, quite ironic. So it shows this week it's all about the week and getting to the Saturday and performing on the night.
60. Jamie require 115.
Nobody epitomizes that more than Steve West. Okay. It's the bull.
90.
Wrong side.
Stevie require 100.
This is where it went wrong for Steve in his first game. That tops bed, which has given him so much
Jamie
joy in his career,
25.
it's only cooperated once or twice in the right way so far today. Oh,
No score.
but that's worked out well.
Stevie require
For West,
40.
that is.
$30. Jamie requires
Yeah, no chance to go
25.
double-double there from Atkins, was there? He just hit the wrong double.
I think it's fair to say that Steve's had his little slice of fortune in this leg.
Game shot on the first leg.
He wasn't able to
Jamie
take it,
Atkins.
and Jamie, with his second crack of the whip, gets it right this time.
Second leg. It's Jamie to throw first.
You can actually see
Game on.
the Wolves symbol on that dart shirt of Jamie Atkins as well. And they haven't had a bad season. Well, since they changed their manager.
Yeah, I think so. I think they have had a bit of a run to safety, haven't they? They have turned their
140.
season around, that's for sure. It was looking very doom and gloom before Christmas.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be keeping a hold of Matthias Cunha. He's going to be on his way.
58.
No, and I you know, being a Bournemouth fan that I am, I think we've got a few that I think we're going to miss, and you know, there's talk of Trent Alexander-Arnold leaving Liverpool, but I think
83.
every club this summer have got a few that maybe they're going to lose, and it's going to change the dynamic of the starting 11.
I hate to say it, Scott, but I don't think Semenyo's going to be at Bournemouth next year. He's way, way, way good. That guy is spellbinding.
133.
We are in a position at Bournemouth where we don't have to sell. Our owner is sort of has plenty, so to speak. But I think the thing is,
Jamie require
we're looking to develop the
130.
ground. We've got this all singing, all dancing new training ground, which is state of the art for the Premier League. There's no two ways about it, and it's there to attract players. And hopefully that will attract the next band of Semenios, and maybe we won't have to sell them. .
130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 130. 100.
It was Tottenham, of course, that
Jamie requires
took
72.
Dominic Solanke from you. Steve's team. What is Jamie trying to do to Steve here, though? Steal leg 2.
32.
He's one of those stories, 20 million down the drain, but Dom Solanke scores again, was what we were saying at Bournemouth, and we sold him for 60, I think.
60. Jamie require 40.
This is getting to be very transparent for Steve's situation. It's looking like Group C for him.
Game
He's
shot
2-0
the
down.
second leg. Jamie Atkins.
It's a better leg than the first one. It's more clinical from Jamie. He's trying to keep something alive.
Third leg. It's Steve to the
West
first.
might go from a Group B
Game on.
challenger at the start of the day to being the most decorated spoiler
57.
that maybe Group A has ever seen. If you were going to decorate a Christmas tree with weekly titles, just put a load of Steve West's face on there.
134. $108.
That's one thing you don't want to give Steve. The freedom to open his shoulders.
Not at this place, you don't know for sure.
Absolutely not.
97. $140.
Going 2-0 up on him is like breaking off a broomstick and jabbing the hornet's nest, isn't it? With the broken end, it's you've then got to hold on tight. You've got to go then.
100. Steve require 124.
He's got rid of the 24.
44.
Has to
Jamie
hold on
require
tight to see if Jamie
170.
isn't the first to get a big fish. Oh, that would have been somewhat symmetrical. A big fish from an angry fish.
89. Steve require 80.
Yeah, indeed.
Now, can he hit tops this time?
40.
It's not
Jamie require
finding
81.
its way in there. With lots of different types of attempts. It's bull.
56.
It's almost
Steve
found.
require 40.
Steve's not giving himself big enough opportunities
on the
to leave
third
something
leg.
somewhere
Steve
else
West.
at the moment, is it? It's the way it's falling. It's back to tops. But he gets it this time.
Fourth leg. It's Jamie to throw
Thanks
first.
to Tony West for your message
on.
on social media. Yeah, we'll always remind you of Steve's best ever average, but I'd like to just hasten to add that wasn't me in my memory. That was Mr. Nicholson, expert hut to me. So
134.
don't buy him a beer next time you see him, Tone.
Yeah, if we're going to go whole hog on it.
100.
It was the German Darts Championship of 2016. Steve won 6-0, averaging 109.98.
99.
Well, we just lost one viewer.
6 legs in that game. Steve had 7 maximums.
81.
Tony got 1. He didn't play badly. He averaged 93. The scary thing is,
98.
in that contest, Steve had 15 darts at a double and hit 6. Can you imagine if he was cleaner on the doubles, how high that average would have been?
You're not helping Tony's plight here at all. He's now gone to the fridge trying
Jamie
some
require
cheese to put in his ears so
170.
he can't hear us.
Promise I won't bring it up again, Tony.
134.
Out there in Holland, they had that cheese with the seeds in. It must be a nightmare to get out of your ears as well.
60. Jamie require 36.
On a double after 12 is always a good effort. It's double 9. Didn't need to go for it.
27.
It's an interesting situation he found himself in there. He could have bust the score. He could have hit a 2 to leave
60.
double 8, which he does
Jamie
prefer.
require 9.
And now he finds himself on a very nasty looking 9.
Game shot on the fourth
Nasty,
leg. Jamie Atkins.
transparent, words that have been used in this game. But it's Jamie Atkins who is 3-1 up
Fifth
and
flag,
looking
it's Steve
for
to throw
3
first.
out of 3 against
on.
West this week.
$100.
They both have got lots of experience in this room. Steve, a lot more. But they haven't been here since the very
97.
start. You think about 2021, September the 3rd. That was the first night here.
140.
At that time, Jamie Atkins was still trying to make his way into international darts. Very well known,
96.
but wasn't here yet. Steve West was on the PDC Pro Tour, so they've been in very different places pre the last couple of years.
46.
Yeah, Henry and I were reminiscing on Monday about the place and being on the balcony and doing the presenting work before pre-studio, and everybody on the stage could hear what you were saying about them.
32.
And it could be causing a few issues at times with players.
Well, my one living memory of the balcony stuff,
177.
it was Henry Deacon trying to dance with Leonard Gates.
Yeah, I remember that.
100. Steve
That
required.
may be why you got the
38.
nickname Henry is the one and only.
666.
26.
The doubles are starting to cheese him off.
Indeed, dear old Henry dances like he was at the old people's home on a Friday afternoon disco.
140. Steve required 12.
Bless him.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Steve.
Well, that's a tonic, isn't it? In this game, he's had a few opportunities.
6th flag. It's Jamie to throw
He's
first.
2 from 8 on the doubles
Game on.
after being 3 from 17 in his first one. So that's 5 from 25, which gives you 20% for the
96.
day. He'd want that to be doubled at least. No pun intended.
Yeah, no.
59.
Look, when you're an experienced player out there, as you well know, if things aren't working, you try something different. Slide along the hockey a little bit, try and throw from a different place. Maybe try and throw from half an inch
140.
back a little bit because the adrenaline is too much that day. You learn with experience to don't stand in the same place and keep making the mistake. But when we do it, 9 times out of
81.
10, we go back to the place where we started the day, and then it starts flowing lovely.
Bruce Lee, who's one of the best philosophers the world has ever seen.
170.
Do you know what he used to say? Standing still and doing nothing are 2 very different things.
40. Jamie required 94.
Jamie Atkins is not standing still.
54.
He is very much looking forward to a chance to win this match. Now, if he does win 4-2, he will go to 18 points.
133.
And his leg difference
Jamie
will be
required
3 behind Mervyn King, but still in with a chance.
$20.
It's not done yet. But the chance of the top 3 for West,
44. Jamie required
it may
20.
just be done now.
Game shot. And
Atkins gets the points.
Jamie Atkins.
For the 3rd consecutive day, he does beat the 5-time weekly champion. So he is only 2 points behind Mervyn King in the table now. And his leg difference is just a mere 3 behind. As we go into round 3, post the next game, Atkins is still in contention. As for West, it looks as if it's going to be Group C for him this week. An 89 average was good enough, an 81 wasn't, and now we go to Idams against Max de Jong.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164.
44. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Thanks for your company once again. We are still here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we have a pattern emerging here today because the bottom 3 players, Idams, West and Huntley, aren't winning today. The top 3 are King, Atkins and De Jong are the only 3 players to win today. That could continue here. If Idams doesn't win, then what we have is a cemented top 3. West, Idams and Huntley will be in Group C if De Jong gets the victory here, because we're running out of games. It would be an 8-point gap between 3rd and 4th.
First leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
And then it would be up to the top 3 to figure out who wins the group. Because there's still enough games to figure out a different winner than Mervyn King.
85.
He's not safe. Not yet.
No, and Atkins is going to be keeping him honest for the rest of the day, you feel. That last
44.
game against Steve West was a potential banana skin for him.
$99.
At times this week, Idams has played very well. Yesterday, when he was playing against Michael Huntley in Game 10, he averaged 98.49.
140.
Had a maximum 50% on the doubles as well, and a ton plus checkout. And that proved that it's in there somewhere. This
50
format,
no.
though, Scott, is always about consistency, isn't it? Consistency game on the same day.
Yeah, it is, and we saw that from De Jong on
50.
Monday. He really did the first three games. He was a little bit rabbit in the headlights type thing here, and once he then settled himself down,
58.
he had a win against Mike Huntley at the end of the day with a 94 average, and we thought, hang on a minute here. He's now come to the party, and
80, sir.
I think he's one of those that's going to really benefit from being wherever he ends up, B or C, starting on 0 again, and the knowledge of the last 3 days, under his belt.
21.
Well, we do have some very experienced players waiting in Group B this week. If you don't win the group,
99. Rene, you require
Group B will
79.
beckon. We'll let you know who is in that group at the end of this leg, which might be now.
59. Max, you require 80.
I promise you there's not an echo in here, but it could be now.
Game shot on the first leg. Max de
The
Jong.
time was now. And De Jong takes a 1-0 lead.
Second leg. It's Max to throw first. Game on.
It's as if there's a tectonic plate between third and fourth at the minute, because that gap between De Jong and West keeps getting wider and wider as the games are played here.
95.
And if De Jong can go on to win this group somehow, fair play to him. But if he doesn't,
93.
it's looking very likely that he'll be up against Scott Baker, James Richardson, and Charlie Martin. 3 players that have already played here before with mixed success.
100.
But the one thing we've seen in this series so far, it's a bit of a landmark series, isn't it? Series 10, the first double-digit series of the Modus Super Series over the years.
30.
6 of the 8 winners so far have won for the first time. Only Derek Coulson and Reese Robinson have done it before.
140.
Yeah, Henry and I were commenting on that on Saturday night. At the end of the show, we were looking at, it's kind of like a bit of a dawn in a new era, and
140.
some of the sort of more usual contenders seem to have not made the cut this time round, which Merv King and I were discussing about the standard of darts and how it's gone and how it's going up. And he said the standard's going up. And I said, I don't know whether it's going up that much higher. I just think there are that many more people doing the standard.
Max, you require 40.
I think it's a very fair statement.
Game shot
And Max de Jong is one of the people upping the standard.
Third leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
That's a 17 darter followed by a 13.
140.
If he can replicate that again, he will join the only person on the ton plus average couch, which is Mervyn King. He's got 2 3-figure averages this week.
95.
Coincidentally, both in his first game of the day.
Yeah, not so coincidentally then, really.
139.
But yes, agree where you're coming from. If De Jong can continue with this, he will have to lift Merv's legs off the seat and say, budge over, mate. I need a room here. Some room at the inn. But yes, I think that we can
58.
quite honestly say that Max de Jong is definitely growing into the week.
Idams has only got, on record, outside of the Modus Super Series, 2 ton plus averages.
85. Rene, you require 100.
One was on the Challenge Tour in 2023 against Chaz Barstow, 102.88.
100.
But his personal best came last year at the PDC Europe Next Gen event in Sindelfingen, where he beat someone he knows very well, Marcel Gerdon. 4 legs to 1, averaging 106.74. Double 8.
48.
That was so close.
Max, you require 132.
Now, Max is probably the most creative finisher of this group. But surely it's textbook time. Even if he'd got the 57, he was going to need a Phil Taylor
98.
World Match Play winning shot
Rene, you require
to get over the
16.
line in leg 3.
Game shot on the third
Leg 3 will not be
Rene
his.
Idams.
Yeah, it's a vital hold for
Full flag. It's
Rene
Max to throw
Idams.
first. Game on.
Not to give too much away from the tungsten talk with Rene Idams, but his nickname, The Cube, it was given to him by a player
125.
because that player thought he looked like a cube. Well, he doesn't anymore.
59.
We're not going to have to get in touch with that player and ask him what he thinks Rene looks like now.
Maybe we could call him the Tube. Because he's not quite so big.
60.
And obviously, technically, a lot easier to change on the back of the shirts.
Do you know what? Just scribble the
90,
C and
sir.
put a T with a Sharpie. Other pens are available, of course. But that used to be a music program back in the 1980s, didn't it? The Tube with Jules Holland and Paula Yates.
Yeah, late on a Friday night when you came home from the pub. 11 o'clock.
96.
Past the watershed, and I think it had to be on terrestrial television.
Yeah, I can imagine that conversation back then.
95.
I've got to get on the Tube because I want to get home to watch the Tube.
Indeed. Indeed. Lots of iconic shows of the day back then would never probably see light of day
140.
today. I mean, we look at one of the biggest shows back then was Soccer AM on Sky, and you see some of the stuff that was on there, you just never get away with it on TV now.
96. Max, you require 80.
Double 10.
Game
And that is
shot on the full
another
flag.
5
Max Dion.
visit leg, his second of the contest. And he's maintaining that 100 average.
Fifth flag. It's Rene to
Yeah,
throw
this one in the
first.
form of
Game
14
on.
darts. We can really say that Max is finding his gears now.
108.
That's a pretty high gear as well. Yesterday I was remarking that maybe we could have a group at the Modus Super Series with people that have surnames that rhyme.
140.
We could have had Jim Long, Zhao Chen Zong, Max de Jong.
81.
Uh,
Any others you can think of?
No, it's gone on too long for me. No, yeah, exactly. There are some. We could have some really good specials weeks, but
119.
and using other aspects of the game of players' names, or have a specials week of nicknames of animals with players with the animal nicknames like dog. I don't know. Is there a cat out there? I'm not sure.
Felix McBrady was the cat. I'm not sure he plays darts anymore, though.
Yeah, he'd be ideal to get in then. Perfect for me.
85. Rene, you require 140.
In that case, you'd have to stick Rene in the same group as Martin Adams.
100.
Adams and Idams.
Max, you require 157.
What we're going to do with Max right now, are we going to stick him on 16 points?
97. Rene, you require 40.
Possibly not just yet.
Game shot on the fifth
Yeah,
leg.
nice stuff
Rene
from
Idams.
Rene here. It's only a hold of throw again, and you feel that
Sixth
when you're in
flag,
this
it's
position
Max
as a
to throw
player, this
first.
is the leg for you.
Game on.
Because should you lose this one, you're then into the lap of Idams, really, with the momentum, because he just won the leg, and that he has the throw in the last. So you don't really want it to go there.
Especially the way he's playing. He's 3 from 3 on the doubles. And he's averaging nearly
45.
102. And he's not safe. This is a great ding-dong.
I like what you did there. I like what you did there. He's definitely sized himself up a spot up on the Merv King couch, that's for sure.
I like the idea of that. Remember that old couch that was made that looked like
59.
leftover Gary Anderson dart shirts. We've got to get a Mervyn King couch. That could be something we could have on a Saturday night as the VIP section at the front.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it?
100.
Yeah, we've done that at a few exhibitions that I've been at. Had a couch up on stage and a fridge.
6.
So that the winning participants who are coming through the door has the VIP seat of the night.
Well, De Jong has just snapped a streak of 3 straight tons in leg number 6.
82.
He's not going to get a 5-ton game, but he will be delighted if he gets a 4-ton leg.
100. Max you require 119.
Hasn't missed a double. He's barely put a foot wrong. Let's find out if he's 4 from 4.
Game shot.
There you have it.
Max
That's
Dion.
one of the best performances of the week. And he really enjoyed that one. What we've seen today are the top 3 winning their matches. The bottom 3 are not winning. I can guarantee you that something is going to change in the next couple of rounds. It just so happens the fixtures have had the top 3 against the bottom 3 in the first couple of rounds. But as you can see, with 101.58 and 100% on the doubles, Max de Jong, at worst, will be in Group B this week. Welcome back. We have seen a bit of a pattern over the last couple of rounds. 2 rounds have been completed. As you can see, Mervyn King, Max de Jong and Jamie Atkins have all won their first 2 games. And they've all beaten the people in the bottom 3. So it's as you were. Mervyn is still top. Jamie is still second. Max de Jong is still third. But one major thing has been completed now. West, Idams and Huntley will be in Group C over the next 2 afternoons. They know that with 3 games to go. But as far as winning this group is concerned, the top 3 can all still do that. Here's where things change. Because the fixtures have fallen where the top 3 play the bottom 3 in the first 2 rounds today. That's just a bit of serendipity, you could say. But now we're going to get people from the bottom 3 playing another person from the bottom 3, and people from the top 3 playing people from the top 3. So this is where things can get really interesting.
Oh, you'd nearly think it was set up to do that, wouldn't you? The way that the whole round robin system works here on the last day of 3 in Group A.
Well, what we can say now is that because these guys know exactly where they're going, it's about position in the table.
First
they're
leg,
gunning
it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
for 4th position. Whoever finishes 4th will get a better paycheck after Group A. But ultimately, this is now the first of 3 meetings that they will have over the next 3 days.
And what you don't want is to be going into those meetings having lost your previous one. It's just something we do with dart players. You don't want to be losing too many in a streak to your opponent, and particularly when you're heading off to start on 0 again in another group.
140.
These players, because they've got so much Super Series experience, they'll know exactly where they stand.
123.
First things first, though, get your first win of the day.
140. Mike, you require 138.
Someone might fall foul of the Daily Bagel, not getting any points, and you don't want that to be you.
No, the only Daily Bagel I like, it's got a bit of cheese and a bit of bacon in it.
64. Steve, you require 121.
Cheese and bacon on a bagel at 11:33 in the morning. That sounds good.
86.
1-2-1 on the bull sounded even better.
Mike, you require 74.
But somebody has missed their order.
$34. Steve's last score
That
was
couldn't
96.
have been any closer.
Steve, you require 25.
Double 12.
Gabe Sean,
That's more like
leg.
it.
Steve West.
That's what he needs in this game. A clinical nature on the doubles to make himself
Second
feel
leg,
better.
it's Steve to
He
throw
could
first. Game
hit 6 or 7 maximums in this game, but the only way he feels better is if he gets 4 legs.
77.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I like the fact that he obviously went for 24, changed it up a little bit. Didn't go the 9 for double 8 or anything like that. We've been seeing him struggling to hit the tops. And that's been where most of his misses have been so far on this Wednesday. And
6.
yeah, good to change it up and then get your confidence on another double and then go back to tops and you'll start hitting it again. It's strange how this game works between the year olds. It really is.
140.
You know how we've been talking about Steve's game with Tony, where he averaged nearly 110?
I'd just like to reiterate, we know how you've been talking about that game, yes.
Let's talk about his actual
81.
personal best average, which was at the International Darts Open in 2018, a year where Steve West
100.
made 3 semi-finals on the European Tour. He had a brilliant season on the Euro Tour in 2018. He was one of the best players.
95. Mike, you require 121.
And didn't win an event. But we'll give you an insight into how well he played at the IDO.
89.
when we come into leg number 3. The reason I mention it is because the IDO is next week.
140.
Otherwise known as
Like to require 32.
Gezi Price's usual £30,000 payment. And the man who lives very close to Gezi has now taken the second leg. Yeah, the International Darts Open in Riesa,
Third leg, it's Mike to throw
which
first.
is about a 3-hour train ride from Berlin.
Game on.
The scene of 4 European Tour victories for Gerwyn Price. But Steve West, back in 2018, beat Mervyn King 6-1, averaging 111.29. That is the best performance he's had in the PDC in his career.
45.
Now, I have to say that's not too shabby. 111. Andrews Harrison did 211s last week in this very building.
Yeah, didn't he just? Was it 104 he averaged for the night?
It was crazy mad. He had
140.
one leg to win a game that he had 7 darts at a double. And he was running 104 then and ended up with a 95 or a 96. And that's what
85.
harmed his average for the group, if they can believe it, which still ended up seeing him on 102 or something. Yeah.
100.
I'll tell you what, Scott, 2018 wasn't a bad year for you either. When you were at the World Masters, you beat David Copley with an average of 108.72.
60.
Oh, thanks very much. I didn't know that. I suppose at 7 years on, it makes no difference. But yeah, I didn't realise that.
That's not your personal best, though, is it?
140.
Well, allow me to enlighten you. 2019 British Internationals, and I'm trying to give you confidence ahead of this weekend.
41. Steve requires 76.
You averaged 111.33 against Scotland. Who was your opponent?
6.
Ryan Hogarth.
Correct.
Yes, I did open up a can of beans on him. I remember that.
137.
Yeah, got player of the weekend.
Steve requires 16.
Who's player of this leg?
Game
That
shot on the third leg.
would be the
Steve
man
West.
in Tottenham colours? Usually he's in Tottenham colours.
Fourth leg.
This
It's
one-
Steve to throw
It's
first.
the away kit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Game on.
Even though this is kind of a home game for him now. He's a resident of Hampshire now. Everybody's flying south for the spring.
180.
As the weather improves, everybody wants a bit of sunshine. And just like the festival down the road,
100.
everybody wants to be victorious.
Yeah, indeed. We don't want to bring in that bird flu with him if he's flown here. Us farmers, that was a nightmare for us, bird flu, and our chicken, bless them.
$100.
Do you know your personal best average in the PDC, Scott?
No, I remember having a really good game against Raymond van Barneveld. I don't know whether it'd be
22.
It was 2016, off the back of a group game against Adrian Lewis at the Grand Slam.
100.
107.78.
Yeah, I do remember that because Mr. Della was his management at the time, and they came in my local paper and said that I'd be lucky to get 0 in that game. So I cut that out, bought 3 papers, cut that out. I had that taped on the wall in the bathroom. I had it taped on the wall in the bedroom, and I had it taped on the car. And every time I went anywhere near it, it was like, oh, I'll be lucky to get 0, will I, Mr. Della?
Well, I don't want to be too facetious.
52.
It's not the first time
Mike,
Keith's
you
been
require
wrong about something.
141.
I did happen to tell Adrian after. He was a bit mesmerised by that as well.
97.
Yeah, I can't imagine Adrian saying that about anybody.
No, great guy. Can't wait to see him here.
Game shot.
Ah, 3-1 West.
West.
He's hitting doubles. He's 3 out of 6. Now,
Fifth leg,
interestingly
it's Mike
enough,
to
when he
throw
was on
first.
48 there, he's hit
Game
16 double 16. Tops has not been his friend today. Was that a missed 8? Or was it a change of plan?
change of plan. When he went 1 for 24 earlier, I thought he is changing plan because he's now woke up and realised that Tops has not been his friend. So why give Tops the chance to shine? So avoid it like the plague, and that's what he's doing at the moment. There will be times where he just can't.
100.
But by then, hopefully, he's been around the board enough hitting everything else. He'll be back up there. Because it is one of his favourite doubles. There's no two ways about it. When it is being his friend, it is like on a string, isn't it? It is duff. As soon as you leave it, smack bang centre, he's on it.
He is one of the best Tops hitters of the last 15 years.
140.
I don't oversell this, but when West has played his best darts in the last decade, he's been as good at Tops as Ryan Joyce is at double 16.
Mike, you require 161.
That's about as fierce a compliment as I can pay him.
Yeah, that Ryan Joyce, some player. But he was with us in England, and he was some player with England. He said he got a bit nervous in the first one, and the second one he was absolutely excellent. He said, "All right, now I've done it. All right, now I've done it. I'm off." And he went off and got a tour card. He was happy that he played for England twice and got a couple of shirts, and they're hung with pride in his wardrobe, I'm sure, alongside some of his other
require 117.
more successful shirts. And runner-up at the weekend, wasn't he?
77.
It was a better dart at Tops, that one, but it still
60.
doesn't get in.
Game shot on the
Just
fifth
don't look,
flag,
Steve.
Mike Huntley.
That'll make you feel really bad. Huntley's just hit what you wanted.
Sixth flag, it's Steve to throw first.
Yeah, Ryan Joyce, great career so far. 2 PDC titles, Gold Cup winner, England international, Euro Tour finalist. Largely recognised as the best double 16 hitter in the world. It's all right having one of those lines, isn't it? He's got multiple lines, and this is what great careers are made of. You don't want to be known as just one thing. You want to be noted for a few things. For instance, yourself, Scott. England captain. World champion. There are other things as well, but that list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, there's others that are personal to you that sometimes you don't feel... I think I've won the Dorset Super League 4 times, Super League singles, and I'm the first one to do that, and things like that. There are other little milestones that make you happy, and that's what keeps you going with the game and keeps you trying and keeps you practicing.
Double 6.
Game shot.
Steve West wins the game with a 12 darter. He's now got a 2-1 scoreline against Mike Huntley this week. And he's broken his losing streak today with a really good performance. Maybe the pressure's off a little bit now because he's just averaged 97.27 with, he will say, a much better performance on the doubles. 4 out of 9 is exactly what he wanted. He gets a 4-2 victory, but when we come back, it will be King against Max de Jong with our first battle of 2 from the top 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Yeah, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here. We are on week 8. It is Group A on day 3 here at the Live Lounge. We're just headed into match 8 for the day, and Mervyn King tops the group. But in this one, he takes on Max de Jong. And Max has been a revitalised Max since late on Monday. Had a really good match at the end of the day, a 94 average. Kicked on yesterday with 4 wins out of 5. And in this one today, de Jong has won his first game against Steve West. And he won his second game against Rene Idams. So he's on 2 from 2 at the moment. King's on 2 from 2 today also. But this one does look like it could be a real potential banana skin for King. He's just 2 points ahead of Jamie Atkins in at the table today. And we're running out of games for those points to be caught.
60.
And I'm sure that Jamie Atkins will be in the back room. And I use the word tongue-in-cheek as a bit of a Max de Jong fan in this one. He's looking to have a favour to help him out.
84.
When you consider the fact that de Jong was the best player of yesterday and he's put in the best performance of today, I couldn't agree more that this is a banana skin.
32.
But it does depend on what version of Max turns up against Mervyn.
100.
Speaking to Jamie Atkins this morning, trying to get his insight into playing a legendary player on debut at the Modus Super Series, there is a danger that you could want this win a bit much. You've got to be in the same frame of mind against King here as you were against Idams in Game 6. If you can create that from the start, a lot is possible.
I think that you approach this sort of game, or I used to, that just stay the underdog and be the underdog and put the pressure on the guy that's supposed to win the game. It's a case of you going up there and hitting a few tons in a row and letting him know that you're not going anywhere. You're going to stay straight. You're going to show what you've got. Then try and get them to start straying in what they're doing, and you try to lift yourself to the next level off the back of your opponent's mistakes.
Most players would prefer to be the underdog the whole time. But if you are a great player, you've got to get used to being a favourite.
74. Max
That's worked out well.
157.
Yeah, it really did. Kind of from nowhere once again, a big double. We're talking from nowhere. He does that. He's just under the treble 19 on
90,
more
sir.
occasions than not as
Mervyn,
Max
you
de Jong.
require
But
40.
he's there handy if King decides that this isn't for him.
Double 5.
35.
Everything
Max, you require
is either wide
60.
or underneath. And that opens up the door for Max to break.
It's definitely opportunity knocks here. Throws it slightly to the left, leaves the bed open.
Game shot on the
And in
first
fact,
leg.
followed
Max
it
de
over
Jong.
the top, which is a strange place to go, but he won't worry about that. In is in.
Let me ask
Second
you this
leg,
very
it's Max
obvious
to throw
question,
first.
Scott.
Game on.
Did he just pull that left?
I know I wouldn't have been aiming there. Let's put it that way. There was a distinctive open side there.
140.
And if pulling it left when he's a bit nervous is his trait, then he got it right.
Yes, he did.
140.
When you look at what's happened here over the last couple of years, debutants making their way to Portsmouth for the first
45.
time. We've been excited about Beaton and Whitlock this year. Now King.
140.
What on earth is going to happen in 2026? Because every year that goes by, we get higher reputational players coming here every single season.
You mentioned 2021 when we
50,
first came
sir.
here. You know, if you look at some of the weeks back then to what we're having week on week here now, the way that the
99.
Super Series has progressed, it's progressed with the way that the game has progressed and moved forward. And this is a more than valid place to learn your trade now for those coming up through the game. It
59.
gives them an
Mervyn, you
insight
require
into
122.
what going to Q school is going to bring and if they are able to get a card. And at the same time, for those dropping off, like my good
106.
self, it offers a home and an opportunity because you've been there, seen it, done it, bought the T-shirt, and you're taking on the new guys that are coming through. And with your experience, you're seeing how credible the new guys are coming through when they
Mervyn,
play you.
require
So
16.
I think you hold this place holds a massive space in darts at the moment.
Double 8 is not a massive space,
Game
but
shot
it's
on the
still
second
something
leg.
that gives
Mervyn
Mervyn
King.
a tied game. I think this place can be likened
Third leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
to two things.
Game on.
When it comes to people coming from the Pro Tour, it can be a trampoline back to the tour or a victory lap.
100.
Now, Mervyn has already told us this week that he wants to get back to the Pro Tour. A Pro Tour, which he's actually played on this year because he was invited to play in some Players' Championships.
140.
So playing a lot less of them this year might just stoke the hunger after doing it for the best part of
100.
18, 19 years, thinking when you wake up in the first week of February, right, back to work. This year was different. He had to go somewhere else. That might be a good thing.
95.
I don't think this is a victory lap for Mervyn. I think this is more like a trampoline for him.
Yeah, a trampoline to freshen up. I totally agree with that. We're seeing a lot of people that are on the
81.
tour saying, the guys from 64 down and what those guys from 64 down do actually get as a bonus. And people aren't telling it. People aren't telling the story. They get a free entry in
58.
to be able to win decent money in that first round game. That's what you get from 64 down to 128. And it's very quickly forgotten because when you come off of there, you think, I'm going to earn money. The money's not the same as over there in the 128 at the Pro Tours. So it frustrates me when people say, well, there's nothing for the 64 to the 128. I disagree. There is. It is there, but you have to work hard to take your opportunities because you'll be playing MVG, you'll be playing Gezi, you'll be playing 9 times out of 10 in those first games.
It's going to stay there.
100.
He's not going to take a
Max
2-1
require
lead.
150.
If Max can find 150. Now, he's paid a little bit of respect to Mervyn there by not going for 3 bulls.
56.
Earlier in the day, he
Mervyn
tried it.
required 20. Game shot.
Great shot.
Third leg.
2-1 king. Now, curiously, if we try and align, if I can say this right, align 2021 autumn time or late summer, which is where we started our journey here in Portsmouth.
177.
A mere 6 weeks later, I'm trying to paint a picture of the fact that King has not really been on the slide form-wise for that long. 6 weeks after we first came here in 2021, that's when Mervyn King, in his career, set a personal best average in the PDC.
100.
He beat James Wade at the World Series of Darts finals, averaging 115.62. Beat him 6-0. But we both know, Scott, for a fact that in a completed game, he has broken the 120 mark in a county match.
Yeah, I still feel, like you say, he still has the hunger, he has the drive.
44.
And I think that's what you need. I think you need to keep it fresh. And I think this year, like you say, trampoline effect, freshening things up, experiencing other parts of darts. When you're over there on the Pro Tours and you hear about everybody else going, oh, this is great over here. We're doing the Modus, we're doing this, we're doing ADC, we're doing that. It kind of sounds good to be off the tour, but once you come off and you start doing these things, you think, oh, hang on. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind still having the card.
Mervyn,
and after 3 or 4 months, and you want to go back to the big league, and you want to go back. And I think you're absolutely right. This might be seen as a year out, and I think him staying in touch with the Pro Tours, if he can stay in that position on the Challenge Tour to keep getting invites, you stay around that top 10, there'll be more invites than you give credit for. Particularly now with the Euro Tours being so successful, the Premier League at this time of year as well, and the top players not wanting to play in it. It's big chances for Merv all year in all aspects of the game.
60.
And a free hit, and I cannot believe that did not go in. When it left his hand, he thought it was going.
I can understand his frustration, but he might just be 3-1 down. As Mervyn takes his chance.
I couldn't see that going wrong for De Jong.
5th flag, it's Mervyn to throw first.
Sounds like a T-shirt, that's got.
Game on.
We are getting to the end of March now
94.
as the weather improves. For the last 6 months or so, people have been turning up to the live lounge in coats, in boots, with gloves and hats and scarves.
60.
But as the days start to roll into the spring, things will start to get warmer.
Yeah, very much so. And even the clocks spring forward this weekend.
28.
And we head into British summertime.
It's a glorious time of year. And it's a really nice time of year to kick in form-wise.
100.
Because there are so many opportunities afforded over the next few months. Mervyn's going to be busy. I would dearly love him to win a Challenge Tour event. Because after everything he's done in his career, if he was to win a second-level event to the end, it will feel like he's done things the wrong way around. But
140.
we saw that from Krzysztof Ratajski. He won the World Masters in 2017. He won on the Pro Tour. Then he won on the Challenge Tour, doing it perceivably the wrong way around.
6.
Yeah, do you know what? A Challenge Tour is they're so hard to win. I've been in 3 or 4 finals, I think. 3, maybe 4. And I did manage to crawl over the line in the first one that I did.
6.
In the others, I think I fell to Barry Van Peer, Wesley Plazia, and Christian Kist. But I tell you, they are so hard to win.
130.
But they're lovely to have on your CV
Match
because
required,
it means that, you know,
141.
everybody knows how hard they are to win.
141s are hard. But on the bull, he was trying to do a Peter Manley there.
16. Mervyn, you require 124.
This is for huge, huge advantages in this table. And he's missed another single. That's the second time today.
84.
I was just about to say, I
required,
think this is going to
25.
go, and he missed the big single. That was the easy bit.
Okay, this is double 11.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Max
Do you know
Dion.
what? How many people can you honestly say go for that on purpose?
Sixth leg.
I
it's
can now
Max to
say
throw
2.
first.
Mervyn is in disbelief that he's gone 3 double 11. He didn't miss the 17. He's gone for the 3. I'll tell you who the other one is. Rebecca Rose. She's about to play England darts for the first time this weekend. She's the only other person I know who goes that way.
I'll keep my eye out on that.
91.
But yes, no, I think, is there an element that he's doing it because he knows that Merv is a bit of a thinker in the game? Is there an element of that? Would you, you know, has he,
54.
is that in his mindset here, Max? Is it being done to sort of get up Merv's nostrils a little bit?
Well, I tell you, if he's doing that, he's braver than a lot of us are.
75.
I did sound like a Victor Dibley there, didn't I? Yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but. No, yes.
Well, if you are going to do that, you're poking at the really machine.
27.
But that may have just been the best reaction we've had from Merv this week. I hope it's not the best one we get.
I don't know what he'd have said if the bullseye had gone in. On a tops for ball and not the ball for tops the other way
125.
round. I'm sure it will be mentioned after the game in the jolliness
100.
of the walking back to the players' room.
Do you know what I would say? I missed the 17.
Yeah, I'd have said that as well. I'd have done anything to get myself out of the wrath of Merv.
140. 139.
Well, one thing I'll do,
Max
I'll guarantee you all a
70.
great Mervyn King story when he plays Steve West in Game 10. There might even be a last leg decider here.
50.
You might think of Mervyn as quite a serious individual when it comes to darts. You'd be absolutely right. But he does have a whimsical side.
100. Max required 20. Game
We
shot
are
on
going the
sixth leg.
distance
Max Dion.
in a very decent game.
The one thing Merv has going for him
Seventh
here is
and
that he
final
does
leg.
have the
It's
throw.
Mervyn to throw first.
If there's anybody in
Game on.
world darts that know how to hold on to his throat in big moments, it's this man.
93.
What would he give for a 12 darter? That's all he has to do now that it's not going to be a perfect leg from Max. That's what people should understand.
98.
If you don't start perfectly against the darts in a last leg shootout, your opponent just needs a 12 darter. I say just,
57.
but they don't need to be perfect. You do.
Well, in this situation, this is an opening, a non-treble visit from King. Opens up the door, and you can see that
95.
De Jong had slowed his throw down a little bit there to try and make sure, to try and give every dart a chance at the treble. When it leaves your hand, you just want to give it a chance. You don't want it to be thinking when it leaves your hand, oh no, it's not going to hit before it even gets to the board. Because that does mess with the old Swede.
Oh, it's good.
126.
Doesn't get to a finish, but it's a really big dent in the score. If De Jong can get the victory, we've got 2 players on 18 points and Mervyn on 20.
137.
But that possibility is 50-50 right now. Mervyn wins. He's got 22. De Jong
100.
then can't
Mervyn,
win the
require
group.
114.
Big things always happen in round 3 on a Wednesday. To take out one of the challengers.
94. Max, you require 82.
Now, this is to remain a challenger. Albeit with a very, very big leg difference gap between himself and the top spot. Oh no. The time when you don't want a double is when you're on an odd number.
23 left then, and
62.
you have to say
Mervyn, you require 20.
his chance is probably gone.
Double 5.
10.
He still has a chance.
Max, you require 20.
Is this one getting away from His Majesty? Double 10
Game
gives
shot
Max
on
de
the
Jong
mark.
another victory.
Max de Jong.
He's undefeated still today, and he nicks that one away from Mervyn, which means that Max can still win this group. There may just be a little disagreement on the stage. Forget about that for now. We'll dig into that a little bit later on. But Max de Jong is now on 18 points in the table, albeit 12 legs behind in the leg difference. We now turn our attention to Jamie Atkins, because when he plays against Rene Idams next, he can go back to the top of the table. Will he do so? We're about to find out, so don't go far.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's the moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George
You're in the right place for the Modus Super Series. Portsmouth is your usual home for midweek darts. And now it's England versus Germany at darts. And this is a very, very big game for Jamie Atkins all of a sudden, because the first time we have a game where two players from the top three play each other, third beats first. Now, if second beats fifth, second will become the top dog. And this is at the end of round number 3. And this confirms what Scott Mitchell was saying a little bit earlier on. Atkins is getting maximum information before he plays.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Because his leg difference is at plus 17, if he wins 4-2, he will go to 20 points, plus 19
134
in leg difference, and plus 47 in legs 1, which means that he would be in a direct heat with Mervyn King on 3 metrics with 2 rounds to go. But if he wins 4-1 or 4-0, he'll go top. Things are getting very tight.
60.
Indeed, they are, and we like that. We like it when it goes up. We wouldn't like it if we were playing it. We wouldn't fancy it at all. Let's not beat around the bush. No way. But hey, these are the days that make you.
44.
If it goes right.
When you hear England versus Germany,
44.
I think most people would directly think of football. Famous games that they've played over the years in 1966. In the early 2000s
43.
when it was 5-1 to England in Germany. That was a bit of a shock. But maybe back in 1996 as well.
93.
At Wembley when Germany went to the final of Euro 96 and England lost out via a Gareth Southgate missed penalty. But in darts these days, there are much more games between Germans and Englishmen
100.
than ever. The influx of great German male players is terrific.
58. Jamie requires.
I think we need to start finding more German girls.
I think you're probably right. I think I get where you're coming from.
100.
The way that the ladies' game is progressing, I think that's not a matter of if, it's more a matter of when.
Game shot on the first.
And that was almost a when
Check.
for Rene.
139.
Idams and
Jamie required 20.
Well, it was good. And Jamie Atkins is breathing a sigh of relief right now because that 164 wasn't in. But is this? It is.
On the first leg, Jamie Atkins.
That's a weird first leg. It's in the book though. But Irina Armstrong plays for Germany.
Second leg,
She's
it's
originally
Rene to
from
throw first.
a little bit further east than that, but plays for Germany. Spoken to quite a few German players over the years. Stephanie Luck was very highly regarded and in some cases very much still is as a player.
Yeah, I did see Steffi back in 2024. She says she doesn't sort of play as much as she used to, but yeah, she's one that sort of came through the youth ranks and then came out of the youth ranks and was doing really well. But I just think the way that the game is being taken to as a nation in Germany,
83.
I think it's just a matter of time. And ironically, we're seeing a lot of female influencers throwing some good darts
98.
now. There's a lovely a lady in America who's doing stuff, and I bumped into her at the WDF World Cup. She came over and played in that. We are starting to see some of these people sort of head in the direction of the mainstream tournaments, which We're finding out whether they can actually throw these darts that they're putting on their TikToks or their Instagrams.
That's a fair comment, because you look at Paige Spiranak in golf, labelled as a golf influencer. She can genuinely play brilliant golf.
108.
That's a great dart from Rene.
76.
I was getting ready for my hello line there. If he'd hit that double 16. You know the one I'm talking about, don't you?
The Vicky Michelle line.
That's the one.
Oh, Rene.
60.
She doesn't do it as quite a deeper voice as me, though, does she?
Game shot on the second leg.
Oh, Rene does
Idams.
equalise, but that hasn't got the same ring to it. We can't even tell you the name of
Third
the
leg,
painting.
it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Do you remember the name of the painting? Hello?
Something to do with Madonna falling over, if I remember rightly.
$125.
Now, listen very careful, Rene. I'm only going to say this once. Or should I say it in the accent? Listen very carefully.
94.
I will say this only once. God, it was such a great show.
Honestly, nicely done. If Henry would have done that, it has sounded Indian. He'd have tried. Don't you get me wrong. He'd have tried. But whoa, what part of the world he'd have come from, we will never know. He is the one and only.
98.
Let's face it, yesterday in round 5, Jamie let one slip.
96.
He lost to Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1. That was a surprise at the time. He has not won his last game
59.
either day this week. That puts extra importance on this to keep pace with King at the top. Because when we were talking with him this morning, I asked him about ambitions. One of them for him is to spend more time with his family. If he wins this table, he has the luxury of going home.
Jamie require 4.
That has got to be a motivating factor in this table.
Yeah, very much so. And
Game shot on the third leg. Jamie Atkins.
he is heading in the right direction. But I have to say, I think that this really is a very delicate situation we've got coming up here. It really is. It's as a player, sometimes you don't want to get involved in these situations if you're not in the running for that top 2. But it's for me, it's one of those that can make you or break you as a person and a player. But I think Jamie has everything he needs to get him through this. But we know that Merv has it in abundance. So it's just one of those situations. But I know that Jamie wants to spend more time at home, and it's difficult when you're good at something and everything's there for you to be able to spend the time away. You forget with younger children. It didn't come to me till my children were sort of into double figures, so it wasn't quite such a difficult decision for me.
The performance we've seen in this leg from Rene is more like another character from Orlo. It is I, Leclerc. He's got the glasses. And if Jamie's going to be a character from that one, he'd be the copper.
Rene, you require
164.
Yeah.
But it isn't a very good moaning anymore. It's the afternoon. And this is where you've got to make your move.
Arthur Bostrom was the actor who played that said policeman.
Oh, that's a world-class 140.
Rene, you require 108.
Where have we seen this before? Well, or should I say it?
40.
Where have we not seen that?
Jamie, you require
Twice
80.
now it's been missed. Double 10. A sign of composure.
70.
That double 10 has been pesky to him the last couple of days.
60.
Yeah, nearly too close to the first one, wasn't it? I'm talking about too close. He used it ideally. The first one was a slight problematic one for him.
Fifth flag. It's
Well,
Jamie
if you're
to throw
Atkins, you
first.
can't think about that double 10 miss. You cannot. It was for a break. Forget it and move on and go and hold your throw.
What this now means is that King will be, at worst,
58.
in a tie for the top by the end of round 3 today. Jamie Atkins cannot lead this table on his own.
94.
Now, he may do, based on average, but it is meaningless at the end of round number 3.
99.
Imagine if we needed that metric come the end of the day. Well, head-to-head record does come into it. And that is Atkins versus King in game 14.
77.
So stick around. That game could be vital.
For me, would either player have taken first thing Monday morning before a dart was thrown? There's going to be 2 games to go,
140.
and you're still in the mix, and the destiny's going to be in your own hands, and both would have ripped your arm off. They'd have took that and backed themselves.
58.
He's got some intensity, hasn't he? You need that when you're going towards the end of a group. Even if you don't get through this group, that intensity is necessary
130.
so you can find it
Jamie
again for the
requires
next group
64.
you're in. Double 16.
48. Rene, you require 142.
What does Rene have up his sleeve? He hasn't got any aces up there.
64.
So then
Jamie,
it's
you
Atkins.
require
He
16.
has the fire in the belly. He's not called the angry fish for nothing.
Gates
There
on
we
the
go,
fifth flag.
straight in.
Jamie Atkins.
In like a piranha.
Well, if we are going to go down that angle,
Sixth
we've got
flag,
plenty of
it's Rene to throw
snake-related
first.
nicknames in darts.
Game on.
What about fish-related nicknames? Well, Jaws,
100.
that's Colin Lloyd. The Shark, that's Graham Stoddart.
Nobody's Harry the Haddock yet, though, are they? We need a few Harrys to take on that
46.
nickname. That would be nice if there's any Harrys out there. Get yourself a haddock on the shirt.
I'm pretty sure there's a Nemo out there somewhere. Can't find him.
57.
I see what you did there. Lovely. Yeah, there's got to be. There's got to be. Answers on a postcard.
96.
We don't have other players named after shapes either.
60.
He's a cube. We don't have anybody called the square or the circle.
3,000 we could call the round.
137.
The oblong.
The roundabout.
$58.
I once was given a great question in a board game called Scattergrees. Name something that is round, beginning with C. And I said, a circle? And it got a bit of a laugh, because it's the most on-the-mark
58.
thing you could possibly say.
Yeah, kind of a trick question, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
$100. Jamie, you require 160.
Is it the end? Or is it the start? Trying to trim the 64 off.
64.
That's what happens.
Rene, you require 126.
This is interesting. I can't say I've seen that much at all.
I can see Mervyn his O'Reilly face out in the back room there,
36.
looking at the
Jamie,
screen.
you require
It's got some
100.
method, that little bit of madness from Idams. Well, that just leaves Jamie very mad.
36.
That has not worked
Rene,
out
you
well.
require 90.
Now, what does Idams do with 90? Double 5.
Game shot on the
We have a
sixth
tied
flag.
match.
Rene Idams. Seventh and final leg. It's Jamie to throw first.
Now, I don't know
Game
what
on.
Jamie said there. Whether that was vocalized or whether it was just him talking to himself, but he will not be happy that he's in this leg. And that's what happens when a fish gets angry.
He
Absolutely. Do not anger the fish.
96.
Wouldn't it be ironic if he reeled in the big fish to finish this one off?
I can definitely see people turning up on Saturday night
57.
with Jamie Atkins playing, turning up in Modus Super Series Angry Fish t-shirts with Jamie's face on them.
41.
Indeed. If we were playing for England now, I'd be behind that board just trying to calm him down a little bit. But he looks very, very, very agitated.
This leg, I hasten to say,
94.
has been
Jamie
played
require
viciously.
84.
It's like he's got a vendetta. Tops for a 12.
64.
But where he's angry, just threw that last one a little bit too hastily for me. The 10s haven't been fair to him, but I want to see him
Jamie
absolutely
requires
go full
20.
bore at this. You can't go half-hearted.
Game shot.
Not
and the
half-hearted
match.
at all.
Jamie Atkins.
That is an exceptional last leg. He really enjoyed that 13 darter, but the game as a whole, as to whether he enjoyed it or not, we'll have to wait and see when we get a chance to talk to him. But it is a 4-3 victory, 88.2 on the average. But after not getting it done by 4 legs to 2 as he wanted, he gets it done by 4 legs to 3. Things are looking very interesting as Jamie Atkins takes a very good last leg decider against Rene Idams to vault himself to within one leg of the top spot with Mervyn King on 20. He's now got that as Jamie, but leg difference stipulates that Jamie stays in second position. Now on next round of play that will see Mervyn King take on Steve West in the first game of the round. It will stipulate what Jamie has to do against Mr. De Jong at the end of the round. Things are getting really tight here. But if Merv was to lose again, like he did in the previous round, the door would be open for Atkins. So far this week, though, Mervyn has had the measure of Steve West. But we've already seen in the previous round West open his shoulders. 97.27 is average in a 4-2 victory against Michael Huntley. And because there's no pressure on him, he's a 5-time weekly
First
winner.
leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And he is the spoiler? You're talking about one of the winningest, most experienced players from this place in the last 3 years. And he's the person who's trying to spoil somebody else's party now.
Yeah, if you put it in that sort of sentence,
41.
yeah, I get where you're coming from. But I think we all know as dart players, we go up there and we do what we do, and we don't hold ourselves personally responsible for anything other than playing.
100.
We've all been on the wrong end of stuff when we've really needed it, and we've all been on the right end of stuff when your opponent has needed it. And I think
81.
you kind of learn to deal with the situation. It will happen if you have any longevity in the game. It will happen to you numerous
95.
times within your darting career and darting life. It's always very difficult. Always very difficult, but you have to learn from each one of those occasions to make the next time a little bit easier or a little bit more, so you have a little bit more realization of what's going on. But in these situations,
100.
should the lesser one and the underdog come through it, you can't really blame them. It's a situation that you'll put yourself in way before this game, isn't it?
83. Steve require 140.
The situation here is Steve's trying to leave double 16 with 2 of those.
114.
That is a sensational try.
116.
Double 4.
Game shot.
That's a
of first
sensational
leg.
effort as
Mervyn
well,
King.
but it has an end product. Now,
Second
yesterday,
leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
Henry Deacon and myself were
Game on.
talking about the first time that Mervyn ever played for England and the people he played with. It was like a who's who of the England Hall of Fame.
60.
It was back in 1996. But 9 years later, he would play his last British internationals for England
121.
before he made the move to the PDC. Do you want to hazard a guess as to who was in that team? Some of the names?
In the last team that he played in
2005.
99.
Mr. Adams would have still been about then.
Correct.
You'd be looking. Would Scott Waits have broken through by then?
140.
Negative.
140.
O'Shea, Fitton.
Tony O'Shea, check.
100.
No fitting. This one's got your juices flowing, hasn't it?
It really has.
108.
Well, that'll get Mervyn's juices flowing. He's left double 11.
140.
Is this on? It was.
100.
And if this
Mervyn,
game
you
is going to
require
follow the
22.
pattern of leg 1, Mervyn hits this when West is on tops after 12. Double 4 again.
14.
Not this time.
Steve, you require 40.
Just a one that's right out there. Andy Gudgeon from Just wait for this to go in off those two.
Game shot on the second
They were
leg.
perfect
Steve
darts. You know, Andy Godgin, was he around then from Lancashire?
Oh my word, what an answer that
Third
is.
leg. It's Steve to throw first.
That is a sensational pull. Well done, Scott. Andy Gudgeon. Not many people would have got his name.
I'm trying to think who was in it the first time that I played in 2009 and who would have been around. And Andy was around in 2009. He'd had a recall in 2009.
32.
Who was still around then? Who was still over on that side of the game then? That's what I'm trying to remember.
Well, one of them we've spoken about at least a couple of times already this morning.
60.
Oh, what, Merv himself or Steve West?
Tony West.
Ah.
Played against Scotland.
100.
Lost to John Henderson at the internationals. But not everybody gets an England
60.
shirt. And for years, somebody else who was in that team struggled to get one, but was in that team with Mervyn. Certain Gary
93.
Robson. I'm not going to name everybody in that team, but some people deserve a mention, including the late Sean Greatbatch.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I should have got that straight away.
$140.
He doesn't want to move.
22. Mervyn, you require 136.
It just feels like this game's going to be a lot closer than their previous two. It wasn't close on Monday morning. First game, Mervyn averaged 103.66. Yesterday, Mervyn won by 4 legs to 1. It feels like it's a lot closer already.
60. Mervyn, you require 48.
You know, if you're going to go toe-to-toe with Merv, that you need to have your scoring boots on.
Game
Well,
shot
that's
on
a
the
beautiful
third
dart,
leg.
isn't it?
Mervyn King.
Didn't even need the marker.
Yeah, beautiful camera angle as well from our director to catch that.
Fourth flag. It's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
It's a breaker throw as well. But yes, if you do go toe-to-toe on the scoring front with Merv King, you then have to make sure you're not careful that you upset the apple cart and get him going as well.
34.
If you would permit me to sidestep away from England internationals right now, Scott.
108.
Steve West's not going to allow me to do that because he keeps setting maximums. The Scotland team from 2005.
94.
I mean, you look at this and you think, seriously? This is incredibly stacked. George Dalglish, Danny Cunningham,
100.
Robert Thornton, Paul Hanvidge, Gary Anderson.
Mike Veach.
Mike Veach was captain. Andy Murray, not that one. John Henderson.
177.
No Montgomery.
Oh.
140. Mervyn, you require
Not until
96.
the second game.
Ah.
Now, West has an opportunity to draw level at 2-2.
40.
The powerful
Steve
scoring
require 81.
has given him this opportunity. Double 12.
69.
It's more frustration.
Mervyn, you require
That's what's happened this week.
56.
He's had chances, but the outer ring has been his worst enemy.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
And Mervyn mops
King.
up.
Yeah, mops up and punishes the mistake from West.
Fifth flag. It's Steve to throw first. Game on. 83.
I'm really going to test you now, Scott. At the 2005 Home Internationals, and the reason we're talking about this as much because the Home Internationals are on this weekend.
94.
There was one average of over 100 in all of the games.
66.
Just one. It came from an Englishman. Who was he?
I wouldn't have a clue.
And we haven't mentioned his name yet.
98.
I'll give you a clue that he is somewhat most famous
140.
for hitting a max on the Ali Pali stage and busting his score.
$99.
Winner of one PDC title in Newland, the Netherlands in 2011.
I wouldn't have a clue.
140.
Steve Farmer.
I should have known that as well. Steve was around in my early days in the England team.
100.
Yeah, he'd be Peter Johns in the Welsh match.
72.
102.48 average. What is West doing in defiance of King?
Game shot on the
Making
fifth
it
leg,
3-2.
Steve West.
And he's just given it the old Australian rules referee 6-pointer at tops.
Sixth flag. It's Mervyn to throw first. Game
Which
on.
was totally ignored by Mervyn King.
I thought he was going to give it the full funds there. Hey.
97.
And then go over and kick the amp in the corner, and on comes some rock and roll track.
95.
I think Steve Farmer mentioned that. He played for Shropshire, I think.
That's right.
100.
Yeah, that's a roll down memory lane. Not seen him for a while.
Yeah, Steve, fabulous player. Very uncomplicated guy. Impossible to dislike.
140.
Had a very staccato throw, but boy, could he play. Once beat Kevin Painter in a Players' Championship final in the Netherlands. And by winning that title, beat Mark Webster to the Grand Prix by £50.
Oh, ouch.
125.
Yeah, that was a stinger.
Mervyn, you require
So
164.
Mervyn here, 164, would round this match off for him nicely, but it's not going to be. Doesn't stay straight. Oh, and that's a bit of a calamity of a visit, and puts the
141.
darts back into Steve West's favour. He has the darts now and turn the throw.
That's worked out really well.
125.
He will
Mervyn, you
fancy his
require
chances of getting a
137.
chance to take this all the way. That's the end of that.
93.
These are two
Steve
data.
requires 16.
Haven't seen West on double eight much this week.
Game shot on the sixth flag.
We are
Steve
tied.
West.
Jamie Atkins backstage is hoping for a West win.
Seventh and final leg. It's Steve to
Six
throw
legs in. Look at
first.
the averages here, 95 apiece.
Game on.
This is a good old tussle, this one.
Yeah, in old speak. These are 31 and a bit averages in one dot averages. That's what they
41.
used to do. It was the PDC, in fact, that changed the way we look at stats. We used to go on one dot averages. It was always about the 30 average of getting to
58.
90, as we say now. If you had anything more than 33, people used to say, wow, you played well.
Indeed, they did.
60.
Still do. Funny enough.
Yeah, this is a 31 average game.
39.
Mervyn is one of those rare cats that has averaged over 40 in a match. And the weirdest thing is that the time he
58.
did that in a county match, it wasn't even the biggest average of the month. Because someone who we've already mentioned from the 2005 British Internationals, who was beaten by Steve Farmer, Peter Johns
58.
nearly averaged 43 per dart to be the performer of that month around 22, 23 years ago.
80.
Yeah, Peter, a good friend of mine. We haven't seen each other for a while, but we played each other on the international stage. He turned me over. He was one of those who I idolised him a little bit coming through the ranks.
Yeah, incredible dart player.
83.
Probably mainly because of that big average. He made a few TV appearances, didn't he? But just a genuinely lovely, lovely fella.
140.
Well, I think Rowan Atkinson would classify that visit as lovely.
Yeah, indeed. And Merv's going to have to do something equally as lovely to stay on terms with him.
50.
Doesn't get to a finish.
Steve require 122.
West is looking to solidify 4th position.
82.
With a win in this game, it would be his. This one has gotten away from Mervyn.
40.
West is on tops. And
Headshot
West hits
on the
tops to
mark.
get his first win
Steve West.
against Mervyn this week. It is a dent in the armour, and King is now susceptible at the top of the table. He's lost by 4 legs to 3. He's still top, but by the finest of margins now, and he could be overtaken in the coming games. We'll have to wait for a little while for Jamie Atkins, but it's Idams Huntley next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky, he is Jim
As we get into Wednesday afternoon, things become very clear. And what is clear about this fixture is that Michael Huntley and Rene Idams will finish in the bottom 2 of this table. As to which order they will finish in, it will all be about this game and the final one that they play. But we can tell you that Steve West is going to finish in 4th position in this table. And that's all we know. Because everybody else's can change. King at the top, that can change. Jamie Atkins in 2nd, that can change. Max de Jong in 3rd, that can change.
First leg, it's Rene to
And the bottom
first.
2.
Game on.
So the safest hands belong to Steve West right now because he knows he's going to be 4th.
When you started having a chat going, order, order, I thought we were in the House of
45.
Commons then. I thought I was just addressing the bench.
You don't want to have me in that position in the House of Commons. There's a scary possibility that something might actually get
82.
done.
I've been to the viewing gallery in the House of Commons. I've actually visited the House of Commons while
45.
Parliament has been in session. And it was built for many, many years ago. Obviously, the Houses of Parliament.
140.
And I can tell you, the seats up there have never seen the likes of me before. My legs were up round my ear holes. I was looking between my knees. I think they were a much smaller generation, United Kingdom population, back when that place was built. And for me, I was just hoping that Guy Fawkes had blew the place up and actually made the seats a bit bigger.
$60. Mike, you require 161.
This is a good start from Mike.
$65.
Well, if anybody from this group resembles Guy Fawkes a little bit, it would have to be Huntley.
$99. Mike, you require 96.
I like it. I like it a lot.
88.
He doesn't like it enough, but he will come back. Now, we will talk about Group C
51. Mike, you require
in the next leg,
8.
because we do have
Game
all
shot
of
on
our
the first
participants
leg. Mike Huntley.
sorted for that group over the next couple of days, which will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Second
and
leg, it's
day
Mike
2 will
to
be at
throw
1 o'clock on
first.
Friday.
Game on.
So Jonathan Platt will be here. No relation to Gale. Tommy Lishman will be here. And if he hits a 170 this week, we'll call him Tommy Big Fishman again. David Williams is here. Not under a pseudonym.
100.
And they are going to be up against Idams, Huntley and West. At this early stage, Scott, who wins Group C?
100.
And who follows him?
Oh, you are really throwing me under the bus here, aren't you?
100.
Idams have swapped darts again, I've just noticed.
Yeah, these are the ones he was using yesterday.
And Monday. Current form, knowing the start to 2025 he's had,
131.
I would say Tommy Lishman has got to be favourite with the bookies.
Followed by?
137. Mike, you require 170.
I think Mr. West is going to have a rejuvenated group when he starts on 0 again, I think.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Rene, you require 164.
I think they are the two favourites to qualify.
And I don't sort of mean that in
88. Mike, you require
any
110.
derogatory value to any of the others in the group. It's just the fact that they're the ones that are doing the numbers. And talking of numbers,
92. Rene, you require
Huntley
76.
nearly was on fire there. He was on fire if he'd have hit it.
Double top for Rene.
56.
Well, those darts do not go in the same as the other ones.
They don't. The others look to fly through the air far better, don't they?
Game shot on the
But there's
second
just an
leg,
element
Mike
of
Huntley.
about what you feel comfortable with, and maybe the others are a new design or a new
Third
maybe
leg, it's Rene
a
to throw
prototype
first.
or something that may be
on.
coming out under the Rene Idams banner.
108.
That's an interesting reaction, isn't it? And that's typical Mike Huntley. He sees the funny side of most things.
He is just a good guy, Mike Huntley. He's just a good guy.
I think what we've seen just there is something that is born out of I don't want to be bottom of the table. That's pride. It might be a deadly sin,
45.
but I don't think there's anything wrong with having a bit of pride when it comes to sport.
I think it's built on it. The whole concept of competition is built on and off the back of pride, and you have to have that as a massive part of an element of being a winner.
60.
There's one other possibility. I know that things were a tiny bit frosty at the end of his last game.
139.
He lost 4-3 to Jamie Atkins, and I don't think they're on each other's Christmas card lists.
96.
Not right now, anyway.
Rene requires 70.
Double 10.
50.
Michael can't strike from this position.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think Jamie Atkins would waste the lick on the envelope.
60.
Do we
Rene
still lick
required
envelopes? Oh, no, they
20.
peel the thing off now, don't they?
Self-adhesive now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Game shot on the third leg.
A bit like that
Rene
double 10. Self-explanatory.
Something else become very popular since
Fourth
COVID
leg, it's Mike to
times.
throw first.
Self-adhesive envelopes. Which, when you think about it, long term, probably a good thing.
60.
Most people don't send cards anymore. They just send messages.
Yeah.
22.
I think people get a really nice prize at the end of the week. They get a medal, they get their hands on the trophy. Obviously, they want to get their hands on the new and improved Super Series trophy
85.
at the end of the series. And we saw Devin Peterson grasping that wonderful ADC Global Championship trophy at the end of December. But
100.
imagine if you rack up 250 Modus Super Series games or 500 games.
121.
I'm still an advocate for this place having a wall of champions and a wall of achievements.
81.
Yeah, I get that. You know, having... when you go to Lakeside and you see the sort of the Wall of Fame and all the people that have appeared there and
99.
what have you, whether it was by chance or however it started, it has made the venue very iconic. And I think you're right. I think
59. Mike, you require
this could happen here. You know, have the
136.
series winners up or something. It would be really good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, series champions, people who've had a 9-darter.
96.
Maybe not 170 checkouts, there's been so many of them. But stuff with grandeur.
81. Mike, you require
And if you get to
40.
1,000 games,
I just put a picture of Neil Duff up them.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Colin
leg,
Osborne.
Mike Huntley.
well, Michael might be making the most of this game. He's 2 ahead.
Fifth leg, it's Rene to throw
It's
first.
a very fair scoreline as
Game
well, because he's got a better average, he's got a better percentage on the doubles, and he's got a highest checkout of the match.
140.
Sometimes stats don't lie.
No, they don't. And think about a 9 darts pitches. I mean, Connor Heenahan.
140.
Steve West.
Yep, Steve West. Jared Cole. Picture of Jared. We could get that any day of the week here.
100.
To be fair, on a Saturday night, we wouldn't even need a picture. We could just stand him out there by the wall. Say, he's at one. He's stand there all night.
100.
Of course, there would be a picture of Lee Cox with no hair out of place.
Yeah, I called that one in. Should have remembered that, shouldn't I?
45. Rene, you require 121.
Now, this is the spot where going bull last is probably not the right play. Was that a single 19 for 10, or was that a concerted effort at treble 19 double 2? I'm not really sure, because that dart was somewhere in between
85.
going
Rene,
for it and laying up.
32.
Yeah, it was indeed. You can tell now he'll be going for it and no messing around.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Rene Idams.
That is a ridiculous dart. How has he found that?
He didn't think, just didn't think about
It's Mike
anything.
to throw
Just
first.
went straight through, didn't he?
That might have just inherited the title of Dart of the Day.
45.
He made it look simple, but trust me, it really wasn't.
$60.
He's just reminded us, too, that he does have something in common with Max Hopp. He is a little bit too stubborn on the treble 20. He doesn't use his covers enough.
$45.
I got to say, I do like Max Hopp. I've been a friend of his for many years, since he was a real youngster coming through and doing WDF
125.
tournaments in Europe, and sort of toying that with development tour stuff and new stuff with the PDC.
61.
Also a very good pundit out on German TV as well for varying PDC events which are on the telly box.
121.
Yeah, I was actually watching his coverage last week from Germany. Does some great stuff with Basti.
Yeah, on this side of the
36.
mics, we're all
you
big,
require
one big
110.
happy family.
Now, I'm fascinated as to how Rene's going to go for 299.
28.
Wrong.
100.
Just wrong.
Mike, you require
Simple as that.
82.
When I see 199, I see Travis Pastrana, a motocross rider who made the number 199 very famous. Went on to be Nitro Circus when he
42.
finished with his motocrossing career, doing these crazy backflips on motocross bikes and anything now. He drives
Mike, you
anything.
require 40.
Speaking of driving,
Game shot. and
Michael
the
Huntley
match.
drives through the door and gets a 4-2 victory. So when we go to the last round, Mike is going to be playing against Max de Jong. Idams is going to be playing West, and they're still in a battle to see who finishes with the wooden spoon in Group A.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And this time, again, it is Jamie Atkins who has a chance to go top of the table. Is he timing his run to perfection? The complexion, though, is slightly different.
First
Even
leg,
if
it's
he
Max to
loses
throw
this game
first.
to Max de
Game
Jong,
on.
he will still have a chance of winning this group. But here's the complication. If Max de Jong does win,
45.
he may still have a chance to winning Group A. Now, it's a very big may because of him being 11 legs behind both
58.
Jamie Atkins and Mervyn King. It is that needs to change here. He can still win this match. And he can go to 20 points with Atkins and King.
135.
But if he does not make inroads in the leg difference, he will not win the group. Because we know that Atkins and King will play each other.
90, sir.
They're going to go to 22 points. Max de Jong may have given himself too much to do.
$100.
I, for one, feel that De Jong is going to be
100.
the fly in the ointment here. He's the underdog in this. Doesn't have a great deal to lose. Everything to gain as the group comes to its
140.
finale. And when I say everything to gain, I mean in confidence to take to the next group, which is obviously going to be Group B.
40. Max, you require 81. $68.
Okay. So that was very aggressive with an opponent not on a finish. We will
60.
soon
Max,
find
you
out if that was
require
foolish.
13.
But he has his own way of going for things. See?
Game
Well, he's
shot
got
of
it by
first
hook or by
leg.
crook.
Max de Jong.
And it is 1-0 de Jong.
No panic yet for
Second
Atkins.
leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
It wasn't his
Game on.
start of throw, so
I'm just trying to figure this out, Scott,
56.
because this leg difference caper that we find ourselves in is immensely complicated. If Max wins 4-0,
100.
he will go to plus 11. Atkins would go to plus 14.
140.
De Jong would have to win his last match to get to 22 points as well. But that's based on the result that happens between Atkins and King in game 14. So you know what? Forget about it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to game 15. But we know that if he loses this game or wins it tight, it's not going to be enough.
127.
Right, got it. Bridges, crossing, leave it, onwards, got it.
Yeah, it's like crossing a really ropey bridge. You don't worry about the gap in the bridge until you get there. You just concentrate on trying to get there.
108.
And that is one giant stride.
What he's done there is forced Atkins having to hit a treble of some sort. And he hit 3, 2 of which he liked. 1, which kind of he wouldn't have chosen, but it's come in handy in the situation.
97.
Yeah, never underestimate the power of a really good treble 5. Sometimes they can come in handy. Usually by accident. I was just going to say, if he'd found a small 5 or a big 5, he wouldn't have been able to leave double 16. But as it happens, he wasn't able to take full advantage of what he left. Double 15 for De Jong. And he is de wrong.
Side of the wire. Indeed.
Require 8.
But he likes to go that way, that double 15. He does like that bottom section of the board. Atkins got the perfect marker here. Threw it too lightly.
6.
Oh, now he's in problems. Now he's got
4.
problems. His opponent on double 2, which we know he likes, and he has been very good at that section of the board. Up to double 1. 1 up and 1 in. No, he takes a step back. De Jong composing himself here. And composing himself well, and you can see by the look on his face, he's playing here like the underdog with the freedom.
Third leg, it's Max.
He's piling all the pressure he can on Atkins for the situation.
Game on.
How many times in your career, Scott, have you been 2-0 up after hitting double 1 twice?
No, not very often.
Max is.
I probably did it back in the Dog and Duck League days, but I'm not sure about
96
on the lounge, live lounge stage. I'm telling you that now.
I'm just looking at
57.
tendencies from the last couple of days. They don't read very well for Jamie Atkins. He lost his last 2 matches on Monday. He lost his last game yesterday.
85.
So we're seeing him at a portion of the campaign where he is statistically at his weakest.
58.
If that doesn't change, he doesn't win this group.
No, very true. And
125.
On the contrary, Max did win his last match of Monday, beating Mike Huntley. Averaged 94.9 as well.
95.
Very decent performance. He won his penultimate game against Jamie Atkins on Monday, so it's the same sort of time slot as this.
58.
He won his last game yesterday and his penultimate game. He's undefeated in the last 2 rounds. So we are looking at maybe the strongest part of Max's day.
59. Match require 137.
This result, based on what we've seen the last couple of days, was likely.
59.
yeah, it sure was. And Atkins needs a double trouble visit here to get in the same street, and you feel that's the only way. You can see him reacting to every dart now.
100. Max requires 78.
Angry Fish needs to find some anger from somewhere.
Double top for Max for 3-0.
58.
Do Angry Fish like champagne?
32.
Why would they? It may be the most, well, the stupidest of questions I've ever asked. But let's find out anyway.
This will be some dart to get round that first one. Not quite the
101.
trajectory. Had the right line.
Required
Just needed to
20.
be a tad higher. So De Jong then for 3-0.
Double 5.
10.
He's determined to leave double 1 again, isn't he?
Required 31.
He might not get a chance.
Game
That
shot
could
on
be
the third
crucial.
leg. Jamie Atkins.
In keeping Max de Jong at bay.
Yeah, could be a big moment.
Fourth flag. It's Jamie.
Now
to
should
go
have the
first.
momentum a little bit with the first
Game
6 darts here to maybe make this match all square. But De Jong has been better against the darts today. He really has scored well against the darts and thrown with freedom, and you expect him to do the same.
96.
Here, same old from De Jong.
I've been speaking to our social media team in the last few games, and this Angry Fish thing keeps coming up
57.
because in our influencer events we've had an Ocal Fish player and Angry Ginge.
108.
Put them together, you get Angry Fish.
That's ginger. An angry ginger fish.
Like Nemo.
40.
But Nemo's not angry. Well, actually he was when he couldn't get out of the fish tank.
100.
That's why he was swimming so violently up the tube.
No, I haven't watched that either, along with Star Wars, Buck Rogers, and
96.
Star Trek.
Jamie, you require
You
85.
haven't seen Buck Rogers?
No.
Game shot on the
Well,
fourth
we all
flag.
saw that, Jamie.
Atkins.
That was an 11 darter. Now all of a sudden Max is not getting shots at double 1.
Fifth flag. It's Max to throw first.
Well, your opponent really
Game on.
does if you're doing 11 darters. Let's be honest about it.
Just trying to remember if Buck Rogers was
140.
that show where they had that robot that would go biddy biddy biddy. That reminds me of my childhood.
I think that might be the one.
131.
The closer this game is, the worse it is for Max,
39.
and the better it is for Jamie. Because let's face facts, we are at the end of round 4 today.
100.
Jamie's responsibility is to win this match. That is a fact. By doing so, he eliminates Max and puts him in Group B. But because this game is tight,
58.
Jamie would need to beat Mervyn King in game 14 to win the group. It will be a straight shootout. But if he wins the next 2 legs, there is a possibility, a very small possibility,
92. Jamie, you require 110.
that he can win the group without winning against Mervyn.
86.
Talking about going down to the wire, this one really is.
Yeah, it is. And
140. Jamie
24 of
required
Atkins
24.
now under severe pressure from De Jong.
Game shot
Huge,
of fifth leg.
really, really
Jamie
big for
Atkins.
Jamie. And the angry fish is getting angrier.
Sixth
You
leg.
were
It's Jamie to
blaming me
throw
for talking
first.
about the West Brothers derby.
Game on.
Angry fish is all on you, Scott.
Yeah, I'll take that.
You just get the feeling that when he was playing against Idams, he was
96.
playing with some sort of personal angle on that one. Here, it's nothing against Max. It's all about the points. It's about
140.
getting to a 22 points total and a leg difference of plus 20.
87.
If he wins this leg, he will get to that. Meaning that in the last match that he plays against Mervyn King, he could still
99.
possibly lose 4-3. We haven't double checked that yet. It may even come down to
83.
legs won. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, as they say.
60.
Indeed, and De Jong there staying straight would have left himself on a bogey had he a hit.
65.
If Max de Jong wins this leg, it will be a straight shootout in game 14. Because of this game being so close,
64.
de Jong's leg difference
Jamie require
has
170.
been his Achilles heel. He's not going to win this group now.
$48. Max, you require 138.
One of the most important finishes ever. And it's been hit two different ways.
98. Jamie, you require
One for a World Championship in the 80s and
122.
one for the World Grand Prix in the last couple of years. Oh, that one clatters into the flight.
36.
And Max is looking to take us the
Max, you
distance
require 40.
again. For the fifth consecutive game, is it? No. 4 of the last 5.
Game shot on a
And there it
sixth
is.
leg. Max
3-3.
Dion.
Jamie Atkins, if he wants to win this group,
7 from final leg.
is going to
It's
need
Max
to beat
throw
Mervyn King
first.
in game 14.
Game on.
That is a fact now. He can get ahead of him by points, but by only one leg in the leg difference.
58.
Coming down to the width of the cigarette paper, isn't it?
140.
You have to say that is a stonking start from Atkins.
$100.
Well, you'd rather be in Jamie's shoes for 2 reasons. The better start and the better number. You don't want to be on 3-4-3. You can't even
134.
finish. Someone as astute as Max is should know that. Now that he's in Group B,
85.
he's going to be getting his teeth into Scott Baker, James Richardson, and Charlie Martin. But we can't tell you who else.
57.
At least not yet. Take it away, Scott. Look what he's on.
44.
I was noticing that.
Jamie, you require 107.
And the angry fish take the big fish. Not to be this time, but he would want to be leaving it handy. He wants a treble with this last
60.
start. Not to be. So he does slightly open the door here for De Jong A double treble visit here could see the 110 in all sorts of problems for Atkins.
100. Jamie McGuire.
Very hard to
110.
separate in more ways than one. This might separate them. Double 18.
Game shot.
Absolutely
And the match,
sublime.
Jamie Atkins.
That's just part of the job. The thing is, it's not going to be a wire-to-wire this week for Mervyn King. He has been overtaken in round 4 on Wednesday. But it will still be a straight shootout in game number 14 between Atkins and King to see who wins this group. Next game, Idams versus West in the bottom half. Welcome back to your daily dose of live darts here at the Modus Super Series, and the final games of Group A are about to happen. Steve West is guaranteed to have 4th position going into a Group C campaign with Rene Idams, who is not assured of his 5th place as it stands.
First leg.
Because if he loses to Steve West and Michael Huntley takes out Max de Jong, it means that Idams will finish bottom of the table. West has beaten Rene the last couple of days.
100.
I would like to finish on a very respectable 14 points at the end of this campaign, going into a Group C that he will very much like to get his teeth into.
140. $140. 100.
Who's got the edge in this one, Scott? Is it West because he's found a little bit more in the last couple of games? Or is it Idams for a reason yet stated?
I think possibly West because
95.
they're not playing for place. It's a bit of a freedom, a free hit. It's a bit of a, let's find myself up here again. Let's get myself ready for
60.
Group C and the challenges ahead. And as I said earlier, you don't want to go in
66.
to an opponent in the
Rene
same
require
group
142.
having lost to them in the last game of your Group A campaign.
53.
So
Stevie require 100.
And he could go into that campaign with a 3-0 scoreline in head-to-head. He's deciding to leave tops alone. He's having a real tiff with it.
Rene, you require 89.
yeah, he is.
Double 5. Well,
No
that
score.
doesn't work.
Stevie require 48.
It's like he tried to bowl a leg spinner and got a googly.
16. Rene, you require 89.
Back to the start. It's double 5 again.
79. Stevie require
Better attempt
32.
that time round.
Game shot on the first
But his final
flag.
attempt
Steve
all the
West.
same because Westy takes out the 32. Comes straight back up the ocky, ready
Second
to go.
leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Have we had dart players from every side of the compass?
60.
We have a West. There are 2 of them. We've had a North called Richard.
64.
Now, there has been a dart player called Ian East. And a darts presenter called Hannah East.
60.
She's actually a comedian now and does some other sports presenting. Fine lady from Northallerton in North Yorkshire, resides
60.
in Leicestershire. But as for South, I'm coming up short.
Yeah, so am I. I'm racking my brains, but I don't
55.
think I can remember. Anybody with the surname
140.
Well, if anybody can think of somebody, by all means get in touch with us via our
140.
social feeds at MSS Darts.
I remember there was a boxer in Naked Gun 33 and a third called South Dakota, and his brother was North Dakota. I remember Frank Drebin. Oh, you've got it wrong there, Frank. That was his brother, North Dakota. I remember that one, but
Rene,
other than that, I have
137.
never heard South in as part of the surname. I know there's probably a few out there. Somebody will probably
97.
message us and go,
Steve, you require
"Maybe a pair of planks." Of course
126.
there is. But I can't recall one at this particular moment in time.
Steve West is walking the plank. Bullseye.
101.
Right on line, but it's
Rene,
the
you
weight of
require
dart that's let
40.
him down today. Just hasn't had it pinpoint.
Game shot on
And
the
the game
second
is
leg.
1-all.
Rene Idams. Third leg. It's
Yeah,
Rene to
starting
throw first.
A word with
Game
South around here is a bit of a perilous thing, isn't it? When you talk about football especially. You can't utter the Saints word
100.
without whispering.
No, and now I've got to say, Bournemouth have been brought into the equation of late.
Yeah, but Bournemouth are going to be in the Premier League
100.
next year, aren't they?
Look,
Portsmouth and Southampton won't be.
All watching, please. I didn't say that. That was Mr. Nicholson, but yes. My Bournemouth jacket
128.
is well and truly hidden in the boot of the car in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, I don't wear my Newcastle shirt around Portsmouth. First time I ever did, I got
85.
absolutely heckled. That was a stiff learning lesson.
99.
I tell you, we do have a lot of great players from South Africa.
108.
And one of them can do that a lot. A certain Week 8 weekly champion. And Mr. Peterson will be back at Champions Week.
131. Steve require 136.
Beautiful darts.
112. Rene, you require 43.
However, Idams is already there.
23.
He doesn't find the requisite
Steve
target.
require 24.
West is swooping. Or is he?
18.
Again,
Rene,
it's
you
the weight of
require
dart on
20.
12s and 3s. Predominantly, his line has been good today. And he gets a gift.
15. Last dart was thrown illegally. Steve, you require
And a foul
6.
dart called. Must have been a foot on the ocky. 2-2-2.
Game shot on the
Absolutely the
third
right
leg.
thing to
Steve
do.
won.
That flight, that stem, that dart was in the way. A little bit of darting creativity there from West. That
Fourth
was the
leg,
right
it's
thing
Steve to
at the
throw
right
first.
time.
Game on.
Yeah, we saw a foul throw called last week as well, didn't we? And I
6.
actually did mention on social media that it's something that seems to be creeping more and more into the game, these foul throws.
58.
More of frustration, born out of frustration than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't deliver darts underarm. This isn't tennis.
43.
Or
And-
petanque.
And
That's
you,
underarm throw.
yeah, you can't put your foot on the ocky past the 7'9¼ mark before the dart is out of the
58.
hand over arm. So well done for Jack actually calling that.
100.
Yeah, the actual throw on the ocky is actually at the base of the ocky. The throw line is at the base. So when you have a raised ocky like we do here,
140.
you shouldn't really be putting your toes on your feet up against it and folding your toes up against the ocky in your shoe. Your shoe should be at the base of the ocky at the bottom.
58.
Effectively, you're having a foul throw. We see it a lot. We see it a lot in local darts where there's a nice fixed ocky and people put the side of their foot so their little toe is actually off the base of the
100.
floor and halfway up the ocky, and sort of the foot is bent up against the ocky, and that really is a foul throw if anybody pulls you up on it.
130. Rene, you require 140.
I've actually tried to seek clarification on the rule at a PDC event in Dublin once
50, sir.
because I was convinced
Steve
that someone was
require
constantly
110.
straying over the line. Really? It would have been so
73.
ironic
Rene, you
after all of his
require
doubling,
88.
troubling over the last couple of days if he was to find 2 bulls and a checkout. Just 1 bull. That one.
Game shot on the
It's
fourth
2-2.
leg. Rene Idams.
Yeah, ironic
Fifth
that
leg, it's
Idams
Rene to
finishes
throw
on the ball
first.
there.
Game on.
After Westy tried to go 2 balls for a finish. 1, then a 10.
140.
Yeah, we talked about north, east, and west, and then
54.
got on to south. That leads me to the next thing. I don't know if anybody's actually said this year, but 2025 is a year where we lost South Africa's Vinan
59.
Havenga. He was the first South African player to play at the World Championship. Beat Peter Manley. And
140.
Vinant was only 60 years of age when he passed. That was back on the 10th of January. And just because there are plenty
98.
more advocates for South African darts like Cameron Carolison, We've had Sean Hogan, Graham Philby, and obviously Devon Peterson and Charlie Losper.
86.
We should never forget about Vinand, a man that was larger than life and the kind of guy you want around at a party.
100.
He was a great guy. He will be missed.
$41. Rene, you require 104. $89.
Well, why go 19s if you're not going to follow it?
No, that one's mystified me there as well.
Sound like an In Excess song there.
95. Rene, you
I
require
like what you did
16.
there. I offer it up, didn't I? You batted it out of the park. Lovely
Game's on
jubbly.
the fifth leg.
As Rene Idams has just done with that double 8. Again, Musty won't be worried.
Sixth flag. It's
shouldn't
Steve
be.
to throw first.
Take the pressure away, Steve, because 4th place is yours. That's not going to change. Whatever happens, he will have a winning record against Rene come tomorrow
41.
afternoon. Well, you mentioned batted it out of the park. That's a baseball reference. And they don't play on a cube.
85.
It's a triangle, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's.
60.
I don't know how they ever came up with that shape to run round, but they came up with it, and it. I don't mind watching a game of baseball. Me, I quite enjoy it.
Yeah, they actually have, like the NFL,
60.
they have games around the world now. Steve's actually been to one at the London Stadium.
100.
And there's going to be clamour for tickets for next season's NFL games in Europe. My word. Dublin.
48.
I think they're doing Munich again. They're doing London again. The NFL is going global.
I believe the new White Hart Lane is set up so that the
32.
pitches sort of slide in and out under the stands, don't they? And the American football pitch, the top pitch comes off and the American football pitch sort of stays under. And when you visit White Hart Lane, it's
60.
like a bit of a raise up onto the pitch. Because there is an American football pitch underneath it and it splits somehow under mechanics. It's pretty amazing stadium, the new
58.
stadium.
Yeah, Steve's actually been to that stadium and done the skywalk, where you can go up and have a photograph next to the infamous golden Hotspur logo.
100.
Or based on our favourite African sports broadcaster, he called them Tottenham
Rene,
Hotspur
you require
Spurs.
148.
Whatever that means, yeah.
Well, that's been looked at on YouTube by so many people. If you ever want to have a little bit of a laugh, just watch that. That is fabulous.
132. Steve requires
I wonder what
76.
that reporter would say about dart players' names. Things like Steve West.
36.
Easy to say,
Rene, you require 16.
but double top, better get its act together.
Game shot on the
Because
mark.
it has cost
Rene
Steve West
Idams.
this game. It hasn't cost him 4th position, though. That is solidified. Idams may have given himself 5th position. It's based on what Huntley does in the last match. But now it goes down to a head-to-head between Atkins and King to see who wins the group.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000
the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Did you all come here for a proper shootout? Of course you did, because the winner of this game is going to win Group A, and I can't see a rolling pin in sight. 3 darts each, best of 7 legs. The winner gets the next 2 days off and a place in Saturday. It's as simple as that. Even though Jamie Atkins is 2 points ahead, the leg difference is so tight that he doesn't have the luxury of defeat.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Just to signify how tight this is, between 2 England internationals from different eras, 20 to 30 years apart.
108.
If Mervyn King wins this game by 4 legs to 3, he will win this group by 2 legs. This is a strong start from Jamie. He has to do something in this game that he has not done all week.
100.
He has beaten Mervyn, it's not that.
He
has not won his 5th game of the day. Now is the time to snap that streak, because if he does,
49.
he may get some family time over the next couple of days ahead of a Saturday night. Well, 20s are an option. 17s are always an option. 14s were an option.
Yeah, there's probably no need to go anywhere else. It's just making sure you hit the big 20 from the angle that
you require
Merv had to throw it from. So King for the break, and it would be the biggest break that he could possibly get.
100. Jamie, you require 112.
Now, can he get past that? He didn't. And it's easy for us to sit here and say that the treble 18 was an option. But the maximum in this leg from Mervyn King could be all the difference.
48.
It was the maximum
Jamie,
that gave him that chance.
24. Game shot on the first
Jamie
leg.
takes his
Jamie
chance.
Atkins.
Starts with a 16-dart hold.
Second leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
This is the first part of
Game
this
on.
week where Mervyn has not led this table. Imagine what it's like to be in a
92.
tournament of any kind, leading it the whole way until the end. It's what they call wire to wire.
11.
Doing that comes with its own pressures, I'm sure, because you shoulder the pressure of being the leader the entire time. But we're talking about someone who's ended the ranking table in the BDO as number 1 twice.
100.
So he knows how that feels.
Yeah, indeed. It's
96.
I did it. I stayed in the top 3 all year for the Challenge Tour, or top 2, and then I dropped out of it on the last weekend of 5th, and didn't get my card. It's heartbreaking. It really is, and gut wrenching. But in this situation, slightly different because it's kind of not the be all and end all. You still get to come back to another group if it doesn't quite go your way.
140.
Not
Mervyn,
to
you
mention
require 89.
the financial benefits of winning Group A. Probably treble 18.
65.
That's worked out okay.
Yeah, it wasn't looking that way after the second dart, was it? But nice recovery.
Well, he has left double 12 after 12.
Mervyn, you require
A double that he
24.
hit to score a 9-darter in the most southerly part of the world.
18.
But the most
Jamie, you
southern part of the
require
board
114.
doesn't give him leg 2.
We talk about moments in games. Is this the moment? It is now.
Game shot on
Big
the second
moment.
leg.
Big,
Jamie
big
Atkins.
moment.
We have our first relay of the week.
Third leg, it's Jamie to throw
Somebody's
first.
going for it, and someone has just had to take it.
Game on.
Somebody wants to win this group desperately. I get the feeling, Scott, that maybe when he beat Max de Jong in game 12, that he thought he had a chance of winning the group by getting a certain amount of legs, or maybe he'd already won it. But if you look at the leg difference, he'd never won the group
140.
at any point. If he's going to go a little bit more spirited in this game, he could win it. But he could lose in another way.
93.
When you do give it a bit of spirit and a bit of hey-ho, sometimes on a more experienced player, you can actually
171.
impress their mojo and where they haven't been playing particularly well in the situation, you can make them play well. But in this situation, Atkins has continued to actually put his foot
94.
on
Jamie, you
the
require
pedal to the metal and
132.
continued. But Merv King's not miles away here.
$60.
We are seeing a slightly different side to Jamie Atkins here. We're seeing the competitor. Is this the kind of
58.
competitor that he was
Jamie,
in an
you
England
require
shirt?
72.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He was born to do it, mate. He was born to do it.
Tops.
52.
Well,
Mervyn, you require
if King hits
116.
this, let's see what happens.
Game shot on the third leg.
Nothing.
Mervyn King.
The patience of a chess piece.
Fourth leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
But Mervyn inside will be feeling he knows what's going on in the mind of Atkins. Because Jamie showed him by hitting that shot.
140.
And now have we seen a momentum swing?
Yeah, that was a wonderful 116 from Mervyn. And this whole thing
140.
where people are told to play their own game. Thing is, Jamie's playing his own game right now. Mervyn hasn't been sucked into playing Jamie's game. He's playing his own
100.
game. You can be tempted and somewhat fed into playing someone else's game because of what they do.
108.
But what a game it is.
Look at the averages there. And this in turn, and Merv's 116. He's second of the day, 116. But that seems to have
45.
sort of given Jamie a second wind, hasn't it?
Well, he hasn't had this much motivation playing in a fifth game of the day. And maybe that extra adrenaline boost is exactly what he needed, because this is an incredible leg.
149 on the visit. Some special visit that was.
Just trying to figure out his maths here.
56.
He's got it right.
Jamie, you require 32.
So for a big breaker throw in a 3-1 lead.
That's a fabulous start. An 11 darter just when he needed one. Jamie Atkins seems to have all the aces right now.
First. Game on.
Has the advantage of throw. He's playing better. And he looks fairly spirited, trying to get to the end. He's within 321 points of winning this group on 24 points ahead of a legendary dart player on debut.
140.
You have to say that Jamie Atkins has brought his very best to the party.
98.
And it's looking like possibly it's the highest average of the week so far. Should he finish on it? He won't be worrying about averages. He's just worried about numbers. He wants to get to that number 4 on the leg count on his side of the scoreboard. And you have to say, it takes 2 to tango. Merv is right in there with a 98 average. He's not going away.
Well, here's the thing. Jamie has only averaged over 90 twice this week in 14 matches.
100.
He's within 83 points here of being closer to 110. Bullseye to win the group.
40.
Mervyn might need the bullseye to stop him.
21.
He doesn't get a shot at the bull. So Atkins is in a very
57.
advantageous position
Jamie,
here
you require 43.
because he can leave double 16, which is what he wants. Double 8. Gives Jamie Atkins the group win. That might just be one of the biggest wins of his career. He will treasure that one for a couple of reasons. It is one of the best averages of the week. He's taken Mervyn King out, who will have to stay in Portsmouth for an extra couple of days. Jamie now has the luxury of going home for a couple of days before Saturday night. 103.54 in a 4-1 win means he wins the group, not just by a fine margin, he's won it by 4 points with 1 game to go today.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series and the last game of Group A, which will be between Mike Huntley and Max de Jong. Max is going to be in 3rd position at the end of this one.
Game on.
Michael Huntley, however, has found himself in 6th, and now, because of a Rene Idams win in game number 13,
125.
cannot get his way off the bottom of the table in this group. So they know exactly where they're going to finish, but they would like to end their group campaign with a win, of course.
81.
And speaking of Group A, Jamie Atkins has won it with 24 points,
97.
with arguably the best performance of the week. Because even though it wasn't the biggest average, it was the most important game, and he had his best average
96.
by over 10 points. Forget about calling him the angry fish. Call him the adrenaline monster.
85.
I call him king of the pond when he's playing like that.
Yeah, he's probably going to go back to Warwick now and come back with an army of fans on Saturday night. Well, if you want to be here on Saturday night, you can be. We invite an
26.
audience into the building around 6:30 on Saturday nights for live action as we split 6 players who qualify into 2 groups
95.
and we establish who's going to win Week 9 in Series 10.
35. Mikey require 99.
Does he even like flakes? Apparently not.
No, it doesn't look like he's into a 99. I've got to say it's my favourite ice cream.
39.
You don't go to an ice cream man and say, can I have a 39? You wouldn't get much.
You wouldn't know.
That might just be the cone.
99. Mikey requires 6.
There's 99s all over the place. Double 10.
40.
And you can't find 320s.
Max, you require 164.
It's a big opportunity, but it's an opportunity all the same for Max. Oh, not now, it's not. That one didn't leave the hand quite correctly, did it?
21.
And nor did the next
Mikey
two.
require 20.
Do any of these? We would have to say yes to dart number 3. How's Huntley going to be feeling?
Second leg, it's Max
Because
to throw first. Game on.
he has won a game every day. And everybody has won a game today and yesterday. We've not had one 4-0 scoreline today.
59.
There were plenty yesterday. But how is Huntley feeling at the base of the table? Is it just a case of people were a bit sharper than he was?
100.
Yeah, possibly. In a group stage, you start to, on Monday, when you finish on Monday, you have a look at it and you're either kind of happy where you are in the group or you're optimistic where you are in the group, or you're at the bottom of the group going, woe is me, what's gone wrong? And I think Mike could have been in that situation on Monday and maybe
100.
overthinking it a bit when he came back yesterday. And then, of course, then you just play with a bit of a tight arm and everybody else is sort of loosened up and battling for position. And you could get cast adrift a little bit. And I think that's what's happened to him. But I know that he's been very good here
55.
in the past. And so I just think he's one of those that needs the group to start again so that he can refocus, reset, and we see the Mike Huntley that we know is there.
87.
What we can tell you is that this could be the last meeting between these two this week. The only way they would play
55.
again is if they both make Saturday. So by virtue of that, they want to play each other again this week.
90.
Yeah, and it's strange when you go from Group A to a group that you just start getting used to after 3 days and everybody's mannerisms and everything else. And then
Max, you require 95.
you throw 3 new ones into the mix no matter which group you go in, and the whole concept of the room changes again.
57. Mike, you require 110.
Okay, there's leaving 38, then there's leaving 38 like that. Doesn't make any difference whatsoever because Huntley takes a 2-0 lead with a with a ton plus checkout.
Third leg, it's Mike.
We've had more today than any day of the week. Same sort of range as well. Everywhere between 100
100
and 127. And lots in between, like 116s, a 114, a 110.
60.
So in that regard, ton plus checkouts have been better on Wednesday. But you've got to make the most of them. Isn't that right, Mike?
95.
Now, I said yesterday he's got a very individual throw. But there are characteristics about Michael Huntley's throw that remind me of Johnny Clayton. He doesn't lean forward as much. He's more upright.
30.
But there's that little prod of the dart. And then he has the same sort of follow through as Clayton. And his head tends to snap back by about an inch when he throws, which is exactly what Clayton does. And they're from the same neck of the woods.
Yeah, they sure are. And like you say, when he holds the dart, he holds right at the very back of the dart and a bit of the stem as well, I think. And that's the grippy part right at the back is where he seems to hold the most.
Well, has anybody seen Max de Jong? Because, quite frankly, I don't believe this is the same guy.
This is similar to the guy that opened up on Monday morning when he was a little bit rabbit in the headlight style.
Great dart. So he can pick his double.
94.
And Michael is picking him apart. But he's not having to do anything special. This is very similar to the game that Huntley had with Jamie Atkins yesterday.
100. Mike, you require 32.
For a 3-0 scoreline. This might just be Huntley's best day of the week.
$16.
Press pause on that just for now.
$170.
Somebody's walking him
Mike,
up.
you require
This is the
16.
same guy that averaged 101 against Idams in Game 6.
Game shot on the
But he's
third
3-0
leg.
down.
Mike Huntley.
So funny that our first
Fourth
170 of the
leg,
week
it's Max to
comes
throw
just
first.
before the leg is lost.
Game on. $100.
We've got some really good content coming up for you on Pluto TV over the coming days, including our continued live action,
140.
which will start at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And we will have our darts after dark, only just, because the clocks are about to change this week.
58.
10 o'clock for Group B, Thursday night and Friday night as we go into the early hours of Saturday. And then we look forward to the weekly finals
60.
on Saturday night. Jamie Atkins is the only person who's guaranteed to be there, but 5 other players will be eventually.
Yeah, he's got to wait for the rest to join the party, hasn't he? He's going to be there unconventionally early.
Well, that's the QR code you need if you want tickets for Saturday night. Scan that.
81.
Get your tickets reserved for a very small fee, and then you can look forward to a Saturday night at the most intimate darts live venue that you could possibly poke a stick at. By the way, don't bring any sticks.
No, but bring your pens, because there'll be signs up. We want you to make
85.
a few darting signs. Get yourself on Pluto TV live Saturday night. We like a few humorous signs, don't we?
Yep, we do.
60.
Still my favourite one. Somebody wrote, "Help, I'm stuck in a sign-making factory."
Yeah.
Somebody stole my pen. That was a good one.
100.
I thought I'm not a celebrity, but still get me out of here. That was another good one.
95. Max, you require 98.
Somebody wrote, "The pen is blue," when it was in black. I think that was a lean towards the movie Liar Liar.
78.
Well, if you were going to write a movie about Michael Huntley in Game 15 on Wednesday, it might be called Winner Winner. Give the lad a chicken dinner.
Game shot.
Because he's won by 4 legs to 0.
Mike Huntley.
Well, who thought that was going to come? They will now be split up because Michael Huntley, who has finished bottom of the table, has just beaten Max de Jong by 4 legs to 0, who is now going to night darts over the next couple of days. That's his shirt. Something is on a Welsh tongue. We'll get onto that tomorrow, but that's the scoreline. 4 legs to 0, 110, that brilliant checker to take a 2-0 lead, and that is that for Group A. Jamie Atkins wins it, Mervyn King and Max de Jong go to B, and we will be back after this short break. Welcome back, and this is what we've seen over the course of the day. 3 games that went with the darts, then quite a few that went against, and everything led to game 14, where Jamie Atkins started with a purpose and closed out Mervyn King in the end. As far as winning the group is concerned, he did that by what looks like a very comfortable margin, but it is embellished by the fact that the last game that Mervyn King and Jamie Atkins played, it was a shootout, and it was something that cost Mervyn King the group. He nearly went wire to wire, but he was pipped in the last couple of rounds. We are sitting with Scott Mitchell to finalise our show today. That was eventful, but what we got to say is that Jamie Atkins thoroughly deserved the group in the end with that quite incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, it was a build-up to that performance, wasn't it? He'd got 4 out of 4 wins. The momentum was all with him. But again, he was still slightly the underdog against Merv because of the way that Merv had played all week. But I think Mervyn would be disappointed that he didn't get more points today and kind of caused his own problem there coming into that last game, didn't he?
What do you think about the celebration for the Ton Plus checkout? Because I personally don't see anything wrong with it. When we're starting to add people to these rosters like Whitlock, like Beaton, we've obviously had Duff here for the last couple of years. When you put Mervyn King in the melting pot, there are going to be people like Jamie Atkins wanting to create their own story, right?
Yeah, of course. And look, you know, it's this big scalp for Jamie to play somebody like Merv and beat him. And, you know, it's a lot more of that goes on these days. It wasn't so much the done thing 10 to 15 years ago, but now it's part of the entertainment show that darts is. And us older guys are going to have to put up with a bit more of it because I think there's a lot more coming no matter which younger player you're playing.
How's Mervyn going to be feeling? Because he won 10 points on Monday, 6 yesterday, 4 today, so gradually losing more games as the days go on. Is it just the way things have gone, or has he got to arrest a slide of tiredness or form, or what do you see in it?
But without having speaking to him, I don't really know, but I think we've probably seen his averages drop off as the day's gone on, or the week's gone on, and he's been more beatable later in the week than he was that first day he walked in here, and you think, just well put his name on the trophy on Saturday. But if he'd have continued to play like that, but he kind of hasn't. Had his armour chinked a little bit, and I think that can happen. You come off the tour and you think, you know, you're playing at a level, and he's gone below those levels a couple of times and found himself sort of left a little bit wanting. But he'll be disappointed with the consistency more than anything. He hasn't been as consistent as he would have wanted to have been.
Of our bottom 4, we know that Max de Jong's going to be really pleased with making Group B. But towards the end, do you think of the 4, who's going to be the most disappointed?
It's a difficult one. I think Max's last game he'll be disappointed. I think he thinks that after Monday, he really didn't find it until the end of the day. Then yesterday he was absolutely brilliant, and then today he sort of tailed off in that last game, and that'll be worrying for him because he looked to be having a head of steam going into Group B. But I think he'll be a little bit worried now with that last game.
I'm going to repeat a question that I asked you earlier about Group C. West going in there with Huntley, with Idams. Do you think that Steve West is going to be someone who will qualify through that Group C situation when we add Lishman, Platt and Williams?
Yeah, I think, you know, if you're asking me to nail my flag to the mast, I would say the way that Lishman has played in the start of 2025, he's been really good. He's right up there in the Challenge Tour. So momentum is good with him. But I think for Steve West, he needs to be back on zero again. You know, when you're playing in Group A and you've had a tough start to Group A, you kind of get to the point where, you know, you're running out of games to get to where you want to be. And I think Group C will be good for Westy and start back on zero again. And I don't think he'll make the mistakes that he did on Monday morning.
If he's watching this back, do you think West can learn from the fact that he looked better when the pressure was off? Because when he was eliminated from the possibility of Group B, he seemed like a completely different person. He looked a lot more relaxed, even though he seems to be having some sort of lover's tiff with tops.
Yeah, he's definitely having a lover's tiff with tops. If that had gone a little better for him in the last couple of days, then I think, you know, we would see him in a much different position in that table. There's no two ways about it. But I don't think it's a bad thing. Him and Merv have been sat with each other in the back room and together. they've getting them parting company now, and Westy maybe get a chance to concentrate a little bit more on doing what he's doing and not have a mate sat next to him.
Well, Merv is going to have to concentrate on Group B now with Max de Jong, and when we bring in some other players, there are maybe some other players that will try and upset Merv the way that Jamie Atkins did. But Charlie Martin, who did make the final of the ADC Tour finals at the back end of last year, he lost out to Andy Bolton, but this time he's going to be up against James Richardson, who is still looking for his first weekly win here at the Modus Super Series in Portsmouth. Scott Baker has made Saturday nights before, but that is a really interesting mix of players, isn't it?
It is. I've actually played Charlie Martin and James Richardson in 2025, and in those games they were both pretty tidy nicks. So they'll be fancying pushing Merv all the way there. Scott Baker, we haven't mentioned him. The Mod, Scott the Mod. He's a tidy player as well. He doesn't think anything. He just goes up there and throws. I think that's a really tough Group B, and some big name there could miss out.
I'm going to put you on the spot because I know that you're leaving us after today to go and play for England. Good luck with that, by the way. Not that you need it, but give me a couple of names that are going to qualify through Group B.
I think Charlie Martin will come through because of the momentum that he has. I think Merv will come through. And then I'm not sure from there. I think it could be one of the other three. I really do. I think the bottom end of that is going to be really tight.
Okay, so I'm going to push you for a third name. Give me one more.
I don't know. I really don't know. I think that it's going to be so tight. It would be awfully rude to say because I'm going to probably have to play one of them in a couple of weeks' time. But no, it's just so tight. I think that one, the top two, will sort itself out, and I think it will be with the next three. I really do, for that last spot.
Well, thank you for your company, Scott, over the last couple of days. It's been superb to have you here, as always. And all the very best in Skegness this weekend. So welcome to the England squad once again as captain. Go well, and all the best to the rest of the squad. But as far as we are concerned, we've really enjoyed your company over the last 3 days. Group A is in the books, so Jamie Atkins is your winner. Mervyn King does not win the group on debut after a perfect Monday. But as far as we are concerned, we've had a blast, but we've got more live darts coming for you on Pluto TV over the next couple of days. We start at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We will see you then. Take care.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes.
I was just trying to do my best.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harris.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McGuire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!